Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. For those of you on the East Coast, good afternoon. And I guess in Europe too, maybe. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? So, for those of you who weren't here earlier this morning, we made the focaccia dough. And so all we did this morning was mix the dough and then do stretch and folds, and then I took a break and you all took a break and we waited for it to rise. So that's all we did this morning. Hi Munchkin, everyone say hello to Munchkin. Good afternoon, Munchkin. He's gonna have lunch now. Well, he's not sure. He's thinking about it. Yeah, he's gonna have lunch now. So that's all we did this morning was mix the dough and do our stretch and folds. The dough, it has a high inoculation, and all that means is that I added a lot of starter to the dough to help it rise faster. I might have accidentally added too much salt, which might be why it took a little longer to rise, but it did rise pretty quickly, and it's also a high hydration dough. All that means is that I added a lot of liquid to the dough. It's 80% hydration. The dough is a little sticky, but if you wet your hands before you touch it, it's fine. It's not too messy. And for those of you who are here this morning, we have the camera set up. So let's see. Let me put the camera up. So let me show you what dough looks like now. You can see it from both angles. It's almost to the top. I think it could go a little bit more. But see, it's nice and jiggly. But I'm going to let it rise a little bit more before I put it into this tin that I have here. But yeah, you see how big it got compared to this morning. If you were here this morning, you remember that it was not this big. So the dough inflated quite a bit. All right, I'll take off our second cam. So you can see Munchkin. You can move the chair so you can see Munchkin. Oh, now we're blocking Munchkin. There you go. Hi, Munchkin. Everyone say hello. So what I want to do now is I want to line this tray. I always line the focaccia trays because I find they stick. There's probably a way to avoid sticking without lining it, but I'm going to line it. There is oil on this pan. That's just to help the parchment paper stick at this point. So I'm just going to take a scissor and cut it. See what I'm doing? Cutting. And then I'm just going to put it press it in. Adro Zork says cat. Yes, we have cat. He's having his lunch now. His name is Munchkin. You can call him Cat, though. He's our little sneezy boy. Okay, so we have this lined. Adros, how are you doing this Saturday? How's your weekend going so far? Other than Cat, I know Munchkin makes everything better. But let me know. This morning we just, we're making focaccia. And we actually have the cam. So that's what our focaccia looks like. Adro says my Saturday ended. So you're ahead of time. It is Sunday over here for me. You're ahead of us. Are you in Asia or Australia? Because you're pretty far ahead of us. So how's your Sunday going so far? So all we did this morning was mix the dough and do the stretch and folds. And now we're just waiting for it to finish rising. It's almost done, but I think it could go a little bit more. Adro said GMT plus 8, I think. I don't know what global GMT is. I don't know what time GMT is. Right here, we're Eastern time, and it's 1:40 p.m. Malaysia. Okay, that makes sense. Malaysia. So this is almost risen, and so we'll give it a few more minutes. And we're making chili oil focaccia today. So I have the chili oil here. Let me move this for now. So I already made this, obviously. It's homemade chili oil. All it is obviously oil, gochugaru chili flakes, miso, and onions. That's it. That's all I add to it. Let me know, people in the chat, if you have your own chili oil recipe. What do you put in your chili oil? Let me know. I actually usually add, instead of miso, dubujiang. I think that's how it's pronounced. It's a Szechuan bean paste. So it's kind of like miso, but it has way more flavor than miso. It's more than miso. Let's just say that. But it's a very simple chili oil recipe, and I made it for something else. I made it for, I don't know if anyone here likes soy chunks, but they also sell it as soy curls, and TVP, for example, is defatted soy. And yeah, I like to do that, and I like to do that with chili oil because it's defatted. There is literally no fat in it. They took all the fat out and they used it for soybean oil. So that's the byproduct, is the defatted soy chunks. But it's like a meat substitute, right? So I sometimes use chili oil on that. So I, had so much extra. So I decided to do chili oil focaccia, which is really good. And I'll wait for the question of the day until there's more people here. But the question of the day is, what do you like to put in your focaccia? What's the best focaccia topping? I believe is the way I worded it. But I'll wait a few minutes. I gave my answer earlier, but it was pretty quiet here, so I'll give my answer again. But yes, so I have this chili oil here, and when this is done rising in a few minutes, I'll put it into this tray, and then we'll dimple it with the chili oil. That's the fun part, to do the dimpling. So while we're waiting, I was reading a little bit about focaccia earlier, like the history of focaccia, and I probably already read this, I don't know, probably months to years ago, I don't know. But remember last week, so I decided to look into it because last week we had this really interesting discussion. I found it interesting. We had an interesting discussion about how a lot of these foods that we consider so traditional, these are traditional foods, were actually invented in the last 50 to 100 years. A lot of them were invented after World War II, after a lot of nations were rebuilding, and nation building is kind of like an effort. A lot of these foods were an effort to nation build, to create like a national identity around food. I think that's fascinating. And I'm not saying anything bad about these foods. I don't think these foods are bad because they're 100 years old. I don't think that. But I do think it's fascinating the way we think of foods as being traditional when they're not. Case in point was ciabatta. Ciabatta was invented in the 80s. I believe it was 1982. And it was invented as a backlash against the French baguette, which was becoming popular in Italy, and some Italian bakers didn't like this. So they invented an Italian equivalent, which was the ciabatta. So that was only 40 years ago. So 40 years ago. So ciabatta is not an old type of bread. It's delicious type of bread, but it's not like an ancient bread. Now, what's interesting is when I was looking up stuff about the focaccia, is the focaccia actually seems like it is an ancient bread. Um, when I looked up the history of focaccia, it was coming up to like the Roman Empire, actually even before the Roman Empire, maybe the Greeks. They don't really know who invented it, but they know it is old and that at least Romans were making it. And in fact, I think focaccia is a Roman word for, or it was from a Roman word that meant hearth bread, because people would bake it in their like fires, their hearths at home. And it's so even traditionally, according to the name of it, it is considered, or was considered, a homemade type bread. And I think today it still is considered a mostly homemade type of bread. I'm sure you can get it at, well, you can definitely get it at bakeries, but I feel like it's associated more like a homemade type of thing. And that's because it's so easy. And I'll show you now how easy it is. If you were here this morning and you saw us doing the mixing and stretching and folds, you saw how easy that was. We didn't need it at all. We hardly touched the dough with our hands because it's sticky. We don't really want to do that. It's going to be a mess. So instead, we just did stretch and folds, which is what I usually do, but it's especially important for the higher hydration doughs, and this is 80% hydration. So it's especially important for that. And now all we're going to do, we're not even going to shape it. Not even going to shape it, but we are just going to dimple it with the oil. You'll see it's so easy. And Adra Zork said, I never had a focaccia. I don't know if I had tasted an equivalent bread of it before, but I am not familiar with the name. Yes, so Adra Zorks, it might not be as popular in Malaysia. It's definitely popular here in the United States. And I'm sure in a lot of places in Europe, they have an equivalent of focaccia. If you're curious about it, it's really, really easy to make. If you don't have a like my recipe is for sourdough focaccia. If you don't have a sourdough starter, I mean, you look up a yeasted version, it's very easy. It's very easy. Just make sure it's high hydration, and you can follow the same formula that I'm using, just use yeast instead of the sourdough starter. So it is possible, but you have to, I'm not sure how much yeast you would use. That's the only thing. So that's why I'm saying look up a yeasted recipe if you don't have a sourdough starter. But you can still follow the same steps, essentially. It's the same exact step. And essentially, focaccia is just it's like a pizza. It's a flatbread with toppings on it. It's like a pizza, except the flatbread is fluffy. Instead of pizza's usually thin crust, right? The flatbread of focaccia is fluffy and bouncy. And usually the toppings aren't as heavy as a pizza topping. It's usually just oil and herbs and maybe some vegetable, but it's usually not like cheese and tomato sauce and stuff. It's like very light toppings. So yeah, it's similar to a pizza. Yeah, so they might have an equivalent in Malaysia, but I'm not sure. But it's so easy to make that if you are curious, make it. Rewatch my earlier video or look it up. If you need to make a yeasted one, look it up online, like a yeast packet one. Look it up. Okay. I think this still needs a few more minutes. See, I wanted to get up to the top, and it's still not quite there. So we'll give it a few more minutes to get up to the top. So yeah, I just found that interesting in regards to the conversation we were having last week about ciabatta being not that old. That focaccia is actually quite old, and I guess that makes sense because it's very simple. But I guess ciabatta is simple too. But focaccia it's like the original pizza, maybe. Flatbread with toppings, the original pizza. But yeah, I was also looking up stuff about chili oil. I know there's so many different types of chili oil, so it's kind of, hard to say. I know they must have chili oils in Malaysia, but it looks like, from what I could gather, that the original chili oil is Chinese, and it was a preservation method, which makes sense. I would have guessed that it was a preservation method, just like hot sauce is a preservation method for chilies. Um, should, frying it in oil would also preserve it. Although I believe fermentation would probably preserve it longer and is probably safer. But yes, that will preserve it if you fry it in chili and oil. Um, but I think from what I was reading, it was maybe 500 years old, so it's still pretty old, but not as old as the focaccia. Focaccia was like 2,000 years old. I was like, wow, that's that's actually, yeah, it surprised me. Andros Zork said, learned something today. Thanks, Elisa. I gotta go now and get some sleep. Okay, Andros, we'll see you next time. I know it's a different time zone there in Malaysia, so have a nice sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, so it's my focaccia dance. Yeah, so yeah, I was looking stuff about chili oil, and I know there's so many different types. And the one I made is definitely not traditional because I just do it. But I think it seems like the type of thing that everyone makes a little different. There's a controversy actually. It's not about chili oil, but it's about chili crisp, which is basically chili oil. I actually don't. I'm not an expert on chili oil, so I don't know the difference. I'm sure there is a difference. Um, but I'm assuming the difference is that there's chunks in it. That's what there's little crispy bits in it. But there's a controversy because the chef, see, I don't remember everyone's name, but essentially there's a chef who he's like a celebrity chef, from my understanding, and he has a brand. I think Fly by Ming is the brand, so maybe that's his last name. His last name might be Ming, and he sells chili crisp, and he wants to trademark the chili crisp, like the words, the phrase chili crisp, the name of the actual product. He wants to trademark that. Um, wow. And I was just like, wow, that's a little weird. The only thing I can think of is maybe chili crisp was his invention, and maybe chili oil is the generic kind. But I'm not sure. I was just, when I first heard that, I was just like, that reminds me of like when celebrities like try to trademark like sayings. Like I think Paris Hilton tried to trademark "That's hot." I believe Taylor Swift did the same thing. Not with "That's hot," but with another phrase. I'd have to look it up. I don't remember these things go in my brain and out because they're not important. But the only thing that is important about them is what I do remember is that there are people who try to trademark phrases that seem generic, phrases that I feel like you shouldn't be able to trademark. And I believe he was successful. The thing is, I think he successfully trademarked it, and he was sending like cease and desist letters to other food brands who were calling their product chili crisp. I think it's a little goofy, but we live in a strange world, so that kind of stuff happens. I've never even had the Fly by Ming chili crisp. I know it's popular. It's like almost as popular as the, oh, I'm not gonna know how to pronounce it. The chili, I don't even remember what it's called, honestly. In my head I'm like, what is it? The one with the face of the man on it. That's so generic. I think it's a man. It has somebody's face on it. I think it's a Gao Mao or something like that. I don't remember. Sorry if that was butchering someone's name. But Yeah, there's a chili oil that's very popular, and if you go into an Asian grocery store, there's like rows and rows of this brand, and there's like there's a bunch of different varieties. I don't think I've ever even had. I probably have had it. I just don't know I've had it. I probably had it at like a restaurant, but I've never bought a package because I usually just make my own. But I always see it and I'm always like, this is really popular, huh? They have so many different like varieties and if you've ever been to like a Chinese grocery store, they're a fun place to go. But it's so I mean, I'm lucky that I live in a place that has a lot of ethnic diversity. In terms of food, I guess I'm lucky because we have a lot of different types of grocery stores here and there's if I find like some recipe online that I want to try with some weird ingredient, or at least weird to me ingredient, that's what I mean by that. I don't mean any, ill will towards certain ingredients, but to me, as an American, it might seem like a weird ingredient, and I'm like, I usually can know where to find it. I usually have some place where I could find it that's not too far from me. So I've been to a lot of different like ethnic grocery stores, right? Um, and I find the most difficult grocery store to navigate is the Chinese grocery store. I mean, it's fun, but you have to, if you're looking for something, give yourself some time because at least the one by me, some of them don't have the English labels on them. And I think that is, or they have English labels that don't make any sense. And it's so funny, but it's just like you look at like, what is this? And you're looking at it and it's all in Chinese. And then maybe they have a little sticker with an English label and the English label is like gibberish. Or it'll be like if it's all the different types of chili oil, like the it'll be hard to tell what the difference is. I can't think of an example, but they'll all say chili oil. But one might say something like hot chili oil, and the other one might say something like burning chili oil. You can't figure out why they're different. There is a difference, and maybe the direct translation might be hot and burning, but it's to me, I'm like, I don't know what the difference is between these ingredients. So yeah, the Asian or specifically the Chinese grocery store, I think, is the hardest one to navigate, but it is a fun time. If you're curious about food, it's definitely a fun time to go. Um, I usually go there for like, I mean, they have a good deal usually on coconut milk and jackfruit. What's funny about the one by me, it's mostly Chinese and Korean, mostly. There's some Japanese stuff too. But then they have an aisle, like, so in the Chinese grocery store, it's a pretty big one, which is nice. But in the Chinese grocery store, they have like an ethnic aisle. So you know how you know, wherever you live, ShopRite, maybe Kroger's, they have, sometimes they call it like international now. They used to call it ethnic, but I think some people didn't like that. So I think they call it international now. So they'll have that aisle and they'll have, I don't know, they'll have Chinese stuff and Asian cooking stuff. They'll have Mexican stuff. They'll have the kosher in the corner, like usually stuff like that. They might have some Middle Eastern stuff like tahini in there too. So now in the Asian grocery store, they also have an ethnic aisle, which I find funny. But it's some of it is like Asian, but more like maybe Southeast Asian or South Asian. And then they have like Mexican stuff, like beans in that aisle too. There's some other stuff in that aisle, but in that aisle is where they have the coconut milk and the jackfruit. Usually, I think they still have it there. I think they switched it up a little, but I'm pretty sure they still have it in that spot. So I usually go there. They have a good deal on jackfruit and coconut milk, and then they have some other stuff that I like. Like I think last time I went, I usually get big bags of gochugaru, and which is the Korean red chili flakes. I like to use that for the chili oil, and I like using that for everything because it's mild, but it's really red. So essentially, it's just adds a lot of color to things and a mild chili flavor. You can add a lot to it, and it won't be too spicy. So I like that. I also get the gochujang, which is this not the same thing, but it's a similar product, but it's like those red chili flakes turned into a fermented bean paste. So I like that. I have some of that in the fridge. Um, they have good deals on like soy milk and tofu and things like that. But I talked about this actually just a few minutes ago. I also like dubu jiang, which is very hard to find because the label's all in Chinese. But I think the first time I actually found it, my husband found it because I was like, I can't find this. But my husband was with me and he helped me find it. But it's a Chinese Szechuan spicy bean paste, and it's made with, instead of soybeans, it's made with fava beans. It's really good. It's way stronger than miso. So I really like that. I don't have any right now because I don't like to have like 10 bean pastes in my fridge. I mean, that would be great, but it's not like they really go bad, so I guess I could, but I just don't like to take all the fridge space with 5 big containers of bean paste. So I'll wait till I finish the miso before I get that. But they also have things like the I don't know if you guys have seen the Korean rice cakes. I don't know the Korean word for it. It's um it's like a, I feel like it's kind of like pasta, but it's not pasta. It's chewier than pasta. And I mean, they come in different shapes. They come in the round shape, and they come in the tube. It looks like a tube, right? Almost like penne, but it doesn't have a hole in it. It's filled. Like it's all rice cake, so it's very chewy. It's very starchy. I like those though. I like to make things with that. So yeah, those are fun. So yeah, there are things I like to get there, and I at this point I know where most of them all are, as long as they don't switch them around. But yeah, there's a lot going on in that store. Wow, 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 wow. But yeah, that if you live near an Asian grocery store, I suggest stopping by once. It's fun. Okay, let's see. Oh, let me look. There's the cam. All right, I think it might be good now. I think we might be able to call it. It's almost to the top. It's nice and bouncy. So let's see how we're going to do this, because I want to show you on the cam. This is the fun part, okay? So I'm going to move this here so you can see this part. Oh yeah, you can see that. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to wet my hands a little bit. Going to put this guy in. Try not to. All right, that's good. So it's a blob right now. Kind of like the ciabatta, we're not going to we're not going to shape it. Just like the ciabatta, we're not going to shape it. Okay. And now I'm going to oil it. So unlike the ciabatta, which I didn't put any oil in the ciabatta, I'm going to oil this one. Okay, this is everyone's favorite part of focaccia. Okay, I got my chili oil, and I'm going to use the rest of this. Let's try to do it evenly. We're going to spread it out with our fingers, so it's okay. Okay. So now I'm going to get my fingers all oily. Are we ready? So I'm going to use the oil to spread it out. And I'm going to kind of push it around. So, see my fingers here? Yeah, you can see. Kind of dimple it in. And as I'm doing it, I'm pushing the bread so it fills the container, well, this pan more evenly. And then I'm also spreading out the oil so it's spread out more evenly. Okay. That looks good, actually. That looks good. We should clip that. Okay. Maybe later. So I'll just rinse my hands in here. Let's see if that works. If not, I'll get up and wash my hands. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get up and wash my hands. They are oily. And the water doesn't really get oil off. I need soap. I need to wash my hands. Okay. So you can see here, it's covered in the chili oil. I dimpled it, right? You see the little dimples? That's for those of you who are not super familiar with focaccia, that's pretty quintessential focaccia, is the dimples, right? And now you can also see some bubbles coming up, right? Those are our little air pockets that are also pretty quintessential for focaccia. You need those air pockets. So we're gonna let it proof because we want you want it to be really fluffy. And if we don't let it proof after we dimple it, it's not going to be fluffy. So this might take 1 to 2 hours. So it's 2 p.m. now. So probably by 3:30, 4, it'll be done. We'll know when it's done. It'll be nice and fluffy before we put it in the oven. When it's almost done, we'll turn the oven on and we will preheat the oven. I'm not even gonna preheat the pan. Honestly, you don't need to for this. I'm just gonna put it right into the preheated oven. The bottom will still be crispy. Yeah, the bottom will still be crispy. So let me see if I can. I should have brought a towel with me. So I'll let you guys watch the cam with the bread rising. It's fun if you just watch it. It'll rise pretty slowly, but slowly if you're staring at it. It'll rise pretty quick, but if you're just staring at it, it'll feel very slow. So yeah, we'll wait for it to rise, and then I'm just gonna put it right in the oven. We'll see the end result. It'll probably be done by 4 p.m. Yeah, so probably be done by 4 p.m. 4:30 maybe. So if you weren't, or if I weren't here talking to you guys right now, it would be downtime. There's so much downtime when baking sourdough that you can do other things. So it might seem like super time consuming, but it's really not. It's really it does take patience, but if you're at home all day anyway, it's not time consuming. I guess if you're out and about, it's not practical, but if you're at home all day anyway, it's not time consuming. It's good. So I was talking about before about like ethnic grocery stores around me, and I was saying that the Chinese one is the most interesting, I'd say. It's the most curious one, and for an American who does not speak Chinese, it is a difficult one to navigate, but in a good way. Now, but my favorite one, since we're on this topic, my favorite one is actually the South Asian or Indian grocery store that is closer to where I work. I like to get the giant 5-pound bags of beans. They have, and they're so cheap too. They have huge bags of beans, and they have interesting types of beans that you might have never, had before. And I suggest if you like beans, you could try. Obviously I get the chickpeas from there, and I get lentils from there and stuff like that. They also have mung beans, which are one of my favorite beans, mung beans. And then they have green or black chickpeas. They're basically the same. The green and black chickpeas are basically the same. I don't know what the difference is, but the texture is different than the white chickpeas. The texture is like a little bit chewier and crunchier, like they're a little firmer. I really like those for like stews and stuff for texture. I love it. So yeah, so those chickpeas are really good. The mung beans are really good. So I get the big bags of beans. And then I also get big bags of spices, like whole spices from there. And their store, at least the one I go to, is fairly easy to navigate, even though there's so much stuff, right? There's so many spices, so many beans, so many sauces, but it's mostly in English, and or it has the English equivalent on the package, and I can kind of tell what it is. Like, it's a spice. Okay, let's figure it out what it is. And even if it doesn't have the English equivalent, it usually has the, I guess, the Latinized equivalent, right? So what I'm saying is that in the Chinese store, it's not just that it's written in Chinese, but like Latinized. There's a word for that. But by Latinized, I just mean that they use like the Latin letters that English and Spanish and a lot of other languages use. No, they don't even do that. They just use the Chinese symbols. But at least in the Indian store, if they don't put English on the package, they will at least Latinize it's not just like written in Hindi or something like that, or another Indian language. It'll at least be written in Latin letters, so I can look it up online, just like, oh, what is this? And it will tell me. So it is easier to navigate in a lot of ways. And of course, everyone there is helpful in both stores, so it's not like I'm lost. But in the Chinese store, I'm a little lost. But so I get big bags of spices. I also really love, and I'm actually thinking of doing a focaccia with this on it because it is packed in oil. So it would be a good focaccia topping since, oil usually goes on focaccia. I really love mango pickles, or achar, Achar. I mean, you've never had a pickle until you've had an Indian pickle, guys. Like, if you like pickles, have an Indian pickle. They're so good. I mean, you don't have to get the mango ones. There's so many different ones. Mango is probably the most common, but there's like a mixed vegetable pickle one that I also like. That's very limey. But the mango one is probably there's like chili pickles if you want it to be really spicy. Um, I think they're usually made with green chilies, like green chili pickles. They're really good. But man, they have so much flavor and they're so sour, spicy, salty. Like I can't even describe the flavor of mango chilies. Not mango chilies, sorry, mango pickles. And that's something I'm thinking of using for focaccia next time I get it, because it just seems like it would work. Again, because it's packed in oil, it's very oily. Um, I just feel like it would work. Let me know in the chat if you're team achar focaccia. I don't know if anyone's done it before. I'm sure. Well, I'm sure one person has done it. Like I'm not the first person to ever think of it, but I don't know if anyone's done it before, like and posted it online. Like I couldn't find anyone who's posted that online. So yeah, yeah, that's something I'm thinking. My brain's always thinking of something. Basically, I'm always cooking up something up here, and it's probably not. It's probably not regular. It's probably something weird. Sometimes it's regular, but a lot of times it's something weird. But yeah, um, does anyone have any like stores they like to go to? Like to shop at food stores? Honestly, like now, although we might go to the not the grocery store. Sorry, we might go to the farmers market more often coming soon because I do like to support the local farmers. And it's almost farmers market season. I think they're opening up in a few weeks, maybe next week. That's kind of exciting. That means summer's almost here. But um, yeah, we're actually recently I've been a Walmart family because I mean it might not be as good where you are because I've heard some mixed things about Walmart produce, but it's very inexpensive and it's usually good. Like I've had zero problems really. Maybe one time something was moldy and I got my money back. So it wasn't even a big deal. They didn't even ask to see it. They trusted that I said it was moldy and they just refunded me for the whole bag of oranges, even though only one was moldy. So, yes, we have been a Walmart family. So we're always looking for a deal. And in that case, that was a good deal. But then we also, so to balance things out, my husband does sometimes go to Whole Foods after work to get like for example those mangoes over there. I don't think they sell those. I doubt they sell those at Walmart. Those special mangoes. When they're on sale, he'll get like a bunch of them and stuff like that. Stuff that you can't really get at Walmart, we'll get at Whole Foods. But yeah, that's not exciting. But you know how they do those grocery hauls. Maybe I'll do a grocery haul one day, although it won't take 4 hours. That's the thing with Twitch content is a little different than like say YouTube content where I can just do something that'll take 30 minutes or 10 minutes even on YouTube. On Twitch it's like they want content that takes a few hours, which I understand. It's a different platform. But yeah, I could do a grocery haul. I always like those on YouTube. I always like grocery hauls. So I don't know if you guys I'm gonna add that to the list on Discord. Which by the way, shout out to my Discord. Okay. So on Discord, under my ideas and suggestions channel, I made a list of some ideas that I had for summer. My summer starts the end of May because I work at a college. So I will have more time in theory. In reality, who knows? But in theory, I'll have more time. I want to kind of expand what I'm doing here. I'm really happy with what I'm doing here. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are having fun too. And I'm gonna keep making bread. I'm not. Yeah, we're gonna be making bread. But the bread making process is very similar each time, as you guys can see. It's very similar. And also on Wednesdays when I'm just eating a sandwich, I don't know, I kind of want to do a little bit more on Wednesdays too. So I kind of just want to expand some of my content that I've been making and sharing with you guys. I also want some more things to do in between, which I could actually start that soon. I could start some of those ideas soon, test them out. But see, we have a lot of downtime and usually just talk to you in this downtime, which is what I'm doing now. I just, either I have some things prepared to say, or I just, maybe you come up with something to say and we talk about it, etc. But I want maybe we can play some grammar games. I had some people who were interested in that, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the majority of you will be, so we might have to test that one out. But we'll play some grammar games. We will maybe we can read. I last week, was it last week? Yeah, last week when we were talking about the Shibata thing being old, we read that from an article. We didn't read the whole article, but we read excerpts from the article. I thought that was fun. I don't know if you guys thought that was fun, but I thought that was fun. Learn something, get a different perspective. I always like that. But one of the things we can do, and I just thought of it right now. Thanks for helping me think of this. Thanks for letting me talk myself into thinking of this. It's almost like shower thoughts. Okay, I'll get back to we can do a grocery haul. That's actually kind of fun. I like grocery hauls. I like knowing what other people. I'm so nosy. I like knowing what other people are buying. Like, what'd you get from the grocery store? It is a food-based channel, so we could do something like that. That would be fun. Vegan grocery haul. And I can show you what we usually get from the grocery store. Here's our Walmart order. It'll be like 3 cabbages. What do we get? Our grocery orders are always funny. 3 cabbages, 5 pounds of potatoes, flour, usually bread, King Arthur bread flour. King Arthur sponsor me. King Arthur bread flour. Bananas. I don't know. It'll be fun. Sometimes we get soy milk. We have a lot of it though. We don't need any more right now. But soy milk. No, that would be fun. But yeah, it's like shower thoughts, because right now I feel like it's a little quiet right now in the chat, so I'm kind of just chatting with myself. So if I keep talking, the more I keep talking, the more I come up with some ideas. So we could do that. We could do grocery hauls. We can do farmers market grocery hauls too. That might be more interesting, although depends on what kind of person's watching. That might be kind of fun to stream like a grocery or a farmer's market haul. We can even do it at the farmer's market. Guys, let me know in the chat, how easy is it to stream from your phone? Okay, because I stream from laptop, obviously. But like, say I wanted to do a grocery or like a stream like outside, it would be obviously less, like, I guess, professional. It would just kind of be maybe quick. I don't know the word for it, but it might be kind of fun. And I think Gonzalo, my husband is Gonzalo, was talking about that, and I said, "Oh, how would we do it? How would we do it?" And he's like, "Oh, you can do it from your phone." But I don't know how that would work, because obviously I wouldn't use OBS from my phone. I doubt my phone can handle OBS. Maybe I'm wrong. So guys, let me know in the chat, or let me know in Discord later if you have any input on that, because I don't know. That's something I don't know about, okay? Last week you saw me fight with this camera, which is working right now. As you were watching this rise, you were watching the cam, the Focaccia cam. Do shake. It's not ready yet because it is not jiggly. It's ready when it's jiggly, but it's only been 20 minutes, so I didn't expect it to be ready. Right, Munch? How you doing, Munch? I interrupted his nap. I'm a horrible mother. He's going back to sleep. Okay, he's good. Munchkin's okay. So yeah, lots of cool things coming in the summer. Hopefully. Um, we're still doing bread, but I just think some meal prep, some other things in between the bread making because like you see here, there's a lot of downtime in our bread making where we can just chat. We can just chat. Other updates actually. The I don't know if I told you that the ciabatta recipe is now up on my blog, which that's my blog. It's on my website. So go to my website and you go click on recipes of the recipes tab and you'll see all the recipes. And the latest one I posted was ciabatta. The one before that is the banana miso banana bread, which by the way is why I have miso. I have miso specifically for that recipe. If you could imagine, I really wanted to try that one to recreate it from our trip to Sri Lanka. It really was what it was. We had miso banana bread in Sri Lanka, and it was just so delicious. So I had to recreate it with sourdough. And I think it did a pretty good job. So try it out if you're curious, if you're interested. So yeah, the ciabatta is up on the blog, and what I was going to say is that I'm working on not revamping because I'm not changing the recipes, but I'm editing some of the blog posts. Trying to make it look more professional. So I'm coding. I'm not coding. I'm having someone help me with coding. To get like the recipe boxes. I just updated my Squarespace to have that access to that. That's why I wasn't there before. I'm just like I'll just wait until I can upgrade the Squarespace and then we will figure that out. So I did. And so I just started doing that. So it's really exciting. I'm really excited for that actually. To have like the food blog that I guess to have it the one that I envision having. Not that it looks bad before or now. I don't think it looks bad, but I don't think it looks like the way I want it to look. And as you guys already all know, probably if you've been here for any amount of time, you probably know I do not know how to technology, especially like the coding. I really don't know how to do that. The coding gives me a headache. The website coding it. Squarespace is pretty easy to use, to be fair. My friend helped me make that website. Thank you. Everyone compliments it, so thank you. But she gave me the tools to fix and change things around. She just really designed it, but once she showed me how to use it, I was like, oh, it's actually pretty user friendly. So I actually have nothing against Squarespace. I don't think Squarespace is hard to use at all. I actually think it's easier than WordPress. Might be a controversial take, but I used WordPress in the past, and I think Squarespace is easier. Now, now that I have the coding option, that's the part that probably is going to give me a headache, but I have some help, so hopefully that won't be too bad. But I'm excited about that. So if you see some weird stuff going on in the blog, like that might be just because I'm editing it. If I mess it up, I mess it up. But no, it should look better, not worse. So right, Munch? Munch says right. Anyone doing anything this weekend or has done anything this weekend? It's Saturday here. I know in some places it's Sunday. But yeah, today I'm doing this obviously with you guys, which is a treat. Focaccia is a treat to make. Um, and in between the break, I was cleaning, so that's really good. I think somebody mentioned, yeah, in the first stream this morning, someone was mentioning using gloves to do the stretch and folds, and I think this person might have gotten a little bit peeved or something that I didn't want to use the gloves. I think you can do that, and maybe I will try it. But the thing is, I don't like to be wasteful, and there's two things. One, I don't really want to be wasteful, and then two, all the gloves that I have are for cleaning, and my husband uses them for cleaning. Um, I don't use them for cleaning because I'm crazy and use my hands, and I don't really use rough chemicals when I'm cleaning, and my husband likes to use rough chemicals when he's cleaning. We have different strategies. So, but I don't want to take those out if I don't know if he's used them for with bleach or something into the bread. So, and then the other gloves I have, like latex gloves, I use for gardening, so they're covered in dirt. So it's just like I'm not going to use gloves right now, especially when I know if I wet my hands, it'll be fine. As you saw, if you were in the first stream, you saw if you wet your hands and touch the dough, it's really not that bad, even with wet dough. Just have to be gentle, and you'll get the hang of it. You'll get the hang of it. But when he was talking about the gloves, it made me think of cleaning, and I thought, oh God, I need to clean. So I started cleaning. I'll finish up later or tomorrow, finish up my cleaning. I know my sister actually had a few invites this weekend, and I kind of got out of all of them. And I don't mean that to be mean, but I was so tired this week, and I think it's just from last weekend. I don't know, anyone in their 30s, okay? Anyone in their 30s in the chat, let me know if you feel this way. Okay, I probably felt this way since I was 25, to be fair. So anyone over 25. I could really only do one event per weekend, okay? And then I'm done. Like, that's enough. And then I'm tired the next week. I'm like, I don't want to do something next weekend too. So last weekend was my uncle's birthday, which for me was really important to go because I don't see my uncle that often. I don't see that side of the family that often anyway. I mean, I'm not super close with my cousins, and that's okay. But at least I should see them once in a while, right? At the very least, just and also they have kids, so I want to see the kids too. So I did that last weekend, and I saw my sister last weekend too. But my sister's going out with her friends today for her birthday. It's not her birthday today, but she's going out with her friends today. And she did invite me, and I did consider it. I thought it was tomorrow though. I was maybe going to go if it was tomorrow, but then she said no, it's Saturday. I thought it was Sunday. And I was like, no, because basically when that happens, when I have something to do on Saturday, I just move the stream to Sunday, which is really not the end of the world. It's not a big deal. But I really wanted to have Sunday off because it makes me a little tired for Monday when I go to work on Monday. I just, it just wears me out a little bit to be, talking with you guys for hours, and I have to go to work and talk to my students for hours. I just like to have Sunday off to myself. It's not like a big deal, but it's just in general. I wanted to have that this week. So I was just like, yeah, no, I'm not on Saturday. But also, like two people had wanted to book me for Saturday. My other friend, she's my best friend. I see her more than any of my other friends. And she was wanting to have a party today, but I think she's sick. So I was supposed to see her yesterday as well, and she said she was not feeling well, so I didn't see her yesterday. So hopefully she feels better. But, I don't think she's having the party today, and if she is, I'm going to stay in. I'll tell her the bread took so long to ferment, so I'm not going to a party. I'm too busy watching the bread rise. See, watch. Very busy. This takes a lot of my time. You don't have to watch the bread rise. But really, if you look at it, it is rising quite a bit. I am kind of like side-eyeing it every so often and looking at the cam. I don't know if you can see through the Focaccia cam that It is actually rising quite a bit. See? Starting to get that jiggle. Not quite yet, though. It's not done. It's not done rising. So it's 2:30. Wow, I think it's rising pretty quickly. So we'll keep it here for at least another half hour, right? At least another half hour, and then I'll check on it. And if I think it's almost done, I'll turn on the oven. Yeah, I don't want to cut it short though. It's better to let it rise a little longer. I don't want to cut it short. So yeah, so anyone let me know. Going back to our original conversation, if you're in your 30s, can can you only do one thing per weekend, or less, or fewer, one thing per month? I feel like one social event per month. I feel like social events are just it's like, oh, that's enough. I have to go home. I get headaches from especially from like family events. I don't mean any ill will towards my family, but sometimes I get headaches from friend events too. I'm like, time to go home. I got a migraine, but I do think it's has to do with socializing. It might be post pandemic type stuff too. I'm not sure, but yeah. How do we get in that conversation? Oh yeah, I was asking you about your weekend plans, right? Okay. So my weekend plans are doing nothing, but not really, because tomorrow I'm going to. I think I'm just gonna scrub down this house. I mean, I started today, but tomorrow I can go really in depth because I don't have to be on camera with you guys. Not that I don't. I like to be on camera with you guys, but you know, um, I will have more time, and I think, do I have to cook tomorrow? Kind of, like a little bit. Not a full meal prep, like a mini meal prep just to get us through the week until next week, until next weekend. And yeah, I guess. And also, I'm going to work on my website. So if you see anything weird going on my website tomorrow, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me, like Taylor Swift says. I did it. Yep, I did it. But yeah, speaking of the on my website, I'm going to post this focaccia recipe on my website. So, let's see. Today's Saturday. I Who knows? I might post it tomorrow. I don't want to get your hopes up. I might post it tomorrow. But if not, I usually post it by Wednesday. Once I start working, it's a little harder, but usually I post it by Wednesday. So I'll post this if you guys want to recreate it. It's very easy though. If you watched me do it just now, you can probably do it. You can probably do it. It's very easy. Very, very easy. Oh, and you have my website link right there. That's good. That is good. I can give you guys a little story time while we're waiting. Or we can just stare at it for. Would you guys watch me if I just stared at the focaccia for 3 hours? I think I'd get some viewers. I think I'd get some viewers if I showed some cleavage doing that. But it's not that kind of channel, so maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, I can give you like a work story time, and I was contemplating not telling you guys this because it might come off as like venting, and I don't want to come off that way. And I also don't want to talk too. I mean, I know I've told some stories about my students, but I don't like telling too many negative stories about my students. But the names are not revealed, so and it's like, even if they were, how would you know who it was? Most likely you will not, but still, I won't reveal the names. So in my class, I'm not the professor for this class, by the way. I'm an academic coach. So it's like I'm kind of like the teacher's assistant slash in class tutor, mostly in class tutor, right? That's leaning towards that. That's my role. I do sometimes help the professor with some things, but it's mostly I'm an in class tutor. I'm there for the students. And so they had an assignment where they had to compare two cultures. And so let's see, where do I start with this one? This one's a little rough. I have a student who is or has been kind of disrespectful to me from the beginning. Maybe not from the very beginning, but for a while now. But for the most part, it's things that I can just ignore. And to be honest, I kind of just, and this is not good. This is the problem, right? I kind of just avoided her, and I shouldn't avoid my students. But I mean, I'm not the professor. Excerpurpur says, rolling your sleeves up higher than your elbow, please. I love you so much. Welcome to the chat, Excerpurpur. Do you mean that you want me to roll my sleeves like this? Because you think it's dirty to not do that? I'm not sure why you're asking me to roll my sleeves up higher. I mean, this spread is just for me, so it's okay. I don't see the problem. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the spread is just for me. I love it. I'm so confused. Let me introduce, please, before I'm talking about the sleeves. Please introduce yourself. Thank you for stopping by. We're making focaccia. And here's our focaccia cam. And it's rising right now. It's doing its final proof. So we already dimpled it and everything. And now it's pretty jiggly. A little bit. It still needs more time. So, we'll see. We'll wait another half hour and we'll see. Yes, welcome. Please introduce yourself if you feel so inclined. Let us know. Are you here for the focaccia? I'm assuming. Do you like baking, or are you interested in learning about baking? Let me know. But yeah, what were we talking about? I got distracted by the elbows thing. It's so confusing. So I think I'm going to ignore you because I don't think you're talking about sanitation. I think you want to see my elbows, which is a little weird. So if that's not the case, if I'm misinterpreting, let me know. But if not, I'm either going to ignore you and keep talking about something else. And if that is the case, you will not be welcome here because I'm not showing you my elbows. Okay. So what were we talking about? Here's a focaccia cam. I love the white arms. Okay. You're a little, how do I... See, I'm new to this. If my mods were here, that would be good. Let me go... What's this? All right. I'm sorry, Excerpurpur. I haven't done this before, but I'm going to block you because we're not talking about my white arms here. Okay, that's not the chat for that. I thought you were talking about like sanitation or something. I was so confused. I was like, is this a sanitation rule that I didn't know about? Did I not know that I'm supposed to show my elbows when I'm baking? No, like I was like, I'm so innocent. And apparently he wanted to see my white arms. So No, that's not what we're here for. We're not here to look at white arms. Okay, my arms are white, just genetics, and I know they're beautiful. I know they're beautiful, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for the focaccia cam. You're gonna cry? I thought I already blocked you. You're gonna cry because you can't see my white arms? Oh, there you are. Now you're blocked. Yeah, I'm new to Twitch, so I don't even know how to do stuff like this. How do I even, hold on. I want to get back to the main page. Oh, I think I'm on the main page now. Yeah, okay. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so, yeah, here we go. Yeah, let's get back to the focaccia. I forgot what I was talking about before. I was so distracted by that. That's the first time that ever happened to me, I think, which is surprising. You would think that might happen more often, considering I've heard that that's kind of common on Twitch, probably on all the internet, right? But I keep myself pretty modest, I think. So on purpose, obviously. I mean, I dress like this normally anyway. Like, when I was in my 20s, I was less modest, you could say. But since I don't know, since like I was 26, 27, around that age, I've dressed like an old lady, and I think that's fine. But yeah, especially if you're going to put yourself online, I don't want anything to be taken out of context, but apparently everything could be taken out of context, including your arms. So that's the kind of world we live in. It's a fallen world, as they say. What are you going to do? But yeah, back to the focaccia cam. I thought when he said I love it, I thought he was talking about the focaccia, guys. I was like, I love the focaccia too. But yeah, it's not quite there. But it is growing pretty quickly. So we will get there. We will get there. Now I really can't remember what I was talking about beforehand. Was it even interesting? Was it about focaccia? I don't think it was even about focaccia. It was probably something totally off topic. We probably got somewhere. Oh yeah, I was gonna tell a story, and he interrupted my story. So let's take it back. Let's take it back. Story time. So I have this one student. She's been kind of disrespectful since the beginning. But basically, the way she kind of disrespects me, she like undermines my knowledge base and acts like I don't know what I'm talking about. And I don't mean to be rude, but this is a remedial English class, right? And so she has trouble with like foundational things. So if I try to explain to her a foundational thing, it's not like so it would be one thing if she's saying that I'm not explaining it well and maybe I need to explain it a different way. That happens. I'm not perfect, okay? But she acts like I'm wrong. And it's like, what? And then she'll ask the professor the same question, like say, try to literally try to undermine me. Like she'll ask the professor something and the professor will answer it maybe this kind of the same way. Like, you know, people have different ways of expressing the same idea. So she might say something similar to what I said, but slightly different. And she'll be like, oh, okay. You know, she'll listen to what the professor says, which is good. I'm glad. Although she does push back on the professor also quite a bit. So it's not just with me, but I feel like it's particularly with me, right? And so they're writing an essay comparing two cultures. And she picked Puerto Rico. And most people picked two countries. That's what most people did. There are some people who picked like African American culture and Jamaican culture. I thought that was a good choice. But everyone except for her choice I thought was okay, at least. And maybe I'm looking too into this, so you guys let me know in the chat if you think I'm being too harsh. She picked Puerto Rico and Africa. That was her, Puerto Rico and Africa. And what I said to her was, well, Africa's really broad. Could you pick maybe, I'd even say pick a country. I was like, pick a region, like pick West Africa. I thought, because most of her examples were from West Africa, right? She wasn't like comparing Puerto Rico to Egypt or Morocco or Ethiopia. She was comparing, it was mostly to West African. And West Africa is still pretty broad, but I thought narrow it down a little bit and it'll be better, right? And she was just like, oh, well, that's not what the professor said. She didn't say we had to be that specific. And she's like, there's different regions in Puerto Rico too. And I was like, but Puerto Rico's an island, and Africa's a huge continent. Of course, there's different regions in Puerto Rico. There's different regions. There's different regions in Bayonne, right? Like there's different parts, but I wouldn't compare to Bayonne to all of Europe or something, unless I'm writing a book or something like that. But for a short essay, that's a little strange of a comparison, which is kind of what's my point. And but she just like talked over me, and I was like, fine. If you don't like, I'm not gonna fight with, because I'm not a fighter. Okay, I'm sure you guys can kind of tell. I'm not a fighter. I am a bread baker, and I want to teach you English, and I want to teach you essay writing, because it was, like I said, sorry, it's a remedial English class. So yes. So you think that was just like, whatever, that's it, I don't want to fight, that might be the end of it. And I might not even mention it, if that was the end of it. Because I think the next part is worse. That part was so minor, the next part I think was worse. She did ask the professor, and the professor just said, oh yeah, you can do Africa to Puerto Rico. So I mean, whatever. If the professor's okay with it, that's fine. If I were the professor, I would tell her no. But I'm a stickler, because I don't think that's preparing her for like regular level English, where that's not really a good comparison. You have to learn to make comparisons, and that wasn't you weren't comparing like to like. Essentially, you should try to compare like to like, especially for a short essay like that. Any hoodles, let's move on. So then, and she's very loud, so like, I'm not even trying to communicate with her at this point. And like I said, this is not good. I'm going to be critical of myself. I shouldn't do this, but I'm doing it because I'm conflict avoidance, and I don't want to fight with this person. But this person doesn't listen to what I have to say. So what's the point in me going over there and checking in on her work? So I talk to the students who I think are going to listen to me, at least a little bit. So, one of her paragraphs was going to be about instruments, about the different instruments or about music in general, but I think she was going to talk specifically about instruments. So she's like, and she I don't know if she was born in Puerto Rico, but she's, has at least ancestors there. She might have been born there, I'm not sure. But she talks about all the different instruments that they have in Puerto Rico. All these different instruments. And then she says, and it's very loud, the whole class can hear it. In Africa, they only have the drums. In Africa, they only have the drums. Someone should clip that out of context. Call me racist on all over the internet. But that's not what I think. That's what I don't think. That's what my students said. And I was just like, oh, look more into that, because in Africa, they have more than drums. Okay, like if you told me, so for example, If you told me that in one small village in some African place they only play drums, I might believe you. Maybe that's true, right? But this is the problem when we're speaking so broadly, because if you're going to tell me that in the whole continent, and I'm not an expert in instruments, in African instruments, I'm not an expert. I'm like, I don't know anything about it. But it just doesn't make sense that in all of Africa, they would have drums, only drums. It was such a ridiculous statement. Uh, Hello, Chaosity. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You missed it. We I just banned my uh first person on here because he wanted to see my white arms. So you missed that. But right now I was just telling a little story while we were waiting for the focaccia to rise. So it's, what time is it? Okay, it's been an hour. It's been an hour. And I think it could take a little bit more time though. Ooh, it's starting to get jiggly. I think we can let it rest for a little longer. But we're almost done actually. So once it's risen, we're just going to put it right in the oven. And it takes about 40 minutes to bake. And then I'll show you the end result. But yeah. So welcome. How's your weekend going? Over here, we're doing good. We're doing good over here because we have focaccia. And we have the focaccia cam. Look at that. Focaccia cam. Bam. You can watch it rise. I don't know if it's like a weird orientation or something. I guess I can figure out how to switch the orientation. But no, you can see it. So that's good. So essentially, you just came in. I'm assuming you just came in. So I'm telling a story about one of my students is working on an essay. Well, the whole class is working on extra essay. Oh, Chaosy says the extra cam is nice. Thank you. It's the cam that didn't work last time. I think you were there on Wednesday. And I was so annoyed that the camera didn't work. Thank you, thank you. My husband's at work now. I'll let him know that you said hi, though. I have to get him on Discord, so he's not there right now. He's being stubborn, but I'm stubborn too with the social media. I don't like having too much social media, so we're both stubborn on that front. So, yeah, I was just telling a story about my student. The class is working on an essay comparing cultures. And long story short, the student picks Puerto Rico and Africa. I told her that Africa is a little too broad, and she yelled at me. Well, she didn't yell at me. She was just like, no. She got really defensive about it. And she's like, no, it's fine. And I was like, fine, if you think it's fine. I'm not going to fight with you. And then, on top of that, I was getting to this part of the story. She said that she was doing a paragraph on instruments, and she listed all the musical instruments that Puerto Rico has. And then she said in Africa, they only play the drums. And of course, that's not true. Like I said, I'm not an expert on instruments in Africa, but it's just something that is just obviously not true. And I told her you might want to look more into that because I think that they play more than the drums in Africa. And, she was like, no, it's true. And I said, okay. And she didn't believe my okay because I probably wouldn't even believe my okay because I was just like, it was kind of the okay that is like, all right, I'm just going to say okay because I can't talk to you. Like, I just can't talk to you. And maybe, I don't know, should have handled it differently? Probably. But it's just so ridiculous. It's just a thing to say. And then, so students don't say dumb stuff sometimes. I say dumb stuff sometimes. We're not perfect. But then to fight with somebody who's telling you actually that's not true, that's crazy to me. I was like, no, I'm not fighting with you on if Africans only play drums as their main musical instrument. That's not what I'm fighting with you about. And again, it's the problem with picking such a broad topic, right? If she picked a more specific place, again, I still might be a little questionable about them only playing drums, but at least I would say maybe, right? But I know, if you're talking about all of Africa, that can't be true. Okay, but then she must have known I didn't believe her, so she showed me her Google search, and on her Google search, first of all, there were more instruments than just drums, so it wasn't just drums on the Google search, but she didn't even click on any like website. She just searched on Google and it said drums, and that was the answer. And this is the problem with the internet, like people don't really know how to do research anymore, which is, you know, what are you gonna do? I mean, but she's in school to learn. She's gonna have to learn this. And I told her, I said, just so you know, especially when you get into like higher level classes, because it's a remedial English class. When you get into higher level classes, there's maybe other research methods than just looking it up on Google. And she's like, well, what's the difference? You're going to get the same information. And so rude, so confrontational, like basically, and like laughed at me. And I'm just like, you have to be kidding me. Like, why would you? If so, the only thing, like, I think the professor doesn't want to start a fight either. But I have to remember this: if I ever have an academic coach in my class, I would have kicked that student out of the class. You don't talk to a teacher like that. You know what I mean? Like, you should leave the class. So if I was the professor, I would kick the student out. Like, because imagine if you talked to the professor like that, right? Like, you wouldn't do it. Like, and where do they get off like that? I would never talk to a teacher like that. Like, I think the kids, I mean, she's not even a kid, but I don't know how old she is, honestly. She might be younger than I think she is. But like man, they're getting ruder and ruder, I feel like. Like, I would never talk to, first of all, I would never talk to anyone like that, but especially someone who, in theory, is an authority figure. Like, you're supposed to show them some respect, and none. When they're trying to tell you how to do research, and that's part of their job, it's like, no, Google search is fine. Google search. Any professor will tell you a Google search is not fine. It's not just coming from me, okay? It's not just me making stuff up to make your life harder, okay? Google search is not how you do research at a college. Shouldn't be how you do research in general, but definitely not at a college level. So, yeah. That's pretty much the story. I mean, there's more to it, but I mean, I don't want to begrudge the point. The point is that students are rude. And especially and I don't use this word, I don't like to use this word, so I'm not gonna, basically, it's like, because I think she's just ignorant. I don't think she means any ill will when she says that Africans only play drums. But it's like, you can't just say stuff like that. Like, people are going to call you racist. You know what I mean? It's like, I didn't say that to her, and I actually don't think she means any ill will. But it's like, you can't just say Africans only play the drums. Like, that's not just rude. It could be construed as being racist by calling them, like, not as sophisticated or something like that. And I'm just, but she won't listen to me, so it doesn't matter. Chaosy says Google search is only good if you know how to Google correctly. Yeah, like, I'm not saying you can't search anything on Google, but if you search something on Google and then read the first thing that comes up and say, oh, that was my research, that's not research, right? That's not it. Especially because we have a library. At the college, we have a library website that you can use. We have educational sources that you can use. There's educational sources on Google. Like, Chaosy says Google search is good if you know how to use it correctly. So there are educational sources on Google that you can use, but that's not what she was doing. It's like, it's so silly. Very, very silly. But yeah, what are you gonna do? I mean, the thing is, if she doesn't want to learn, like she's in college, so you think she's there to learn. But if she doesn't want to, if she doesn't change her attitude, she's not gonna make it very far in college, right? If she doesn't change her attitude, so hopefully she does change her attitude because I'd like her to do well in college. But you can't force someone. Yeah. So that's my story this week. That's my rude story, a student story this week. I'll probably have one every week because, like I said, they get ruder. So, Fat Corn. I like your name, Fat Corn. Hello, everyone. Google censors too much. Yeah, Google does censor a lot, to be fair. I wasn't even talking about censorship. I was just talking about, like, in terms of for research for college. But, Google does have an algorithm that pushes certain things to the top, so then other things might get pushed down, unfortunately. Yeah, chaos, and you can pay to appear on top. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with it. Yeah. But Fatcorn, welcome to the chat. I'm Elisa. I'm a bakeress. Today we're making focaccia. Feel free to introduce yourself. Like, what, do you like to be called Fatcorn, for example? Because I'll keep calling you Fatcorn. But anything you want us to know about yourself, if you're, if you like baking, if you're new to baking, if you like cooking, things like that might tell us more about you. But yeah, I agree with all those points too as well. Like, Google's not only not super good for academic research, there's also problems with it. Is Fatcorn your real name? It's just my name. I love eating. Good. We love eating here too. It is a food channel. It's a food Twitch channel. What do they call those? Do they call it channels? Like YouTube channel? I guess it is a Twitch channel, right? Like a YouTube channel. Chaosity says, I like fat and I like corn. Yeah, fat in moderation, right? Corn. I like corn too. I like corn. Some people put corn on their focaccia too. Oh, there's Twitch smushed my name together. So is your first name Fat and your last name Corn? Because that's also an interesting name. Fat Corn. But yeah, there's more people here, so we can do the question of the day. Fatima. Oh, okay. So your last name is Corn then, and your first name's Fatima. Do you want to be called Fat Corn or Fatima? Fatima's a really pretty name, and Fat Corn is just funny. Question. So my question of the day, which I asked earlier, but there are fewer people here. So, what's the best focaccia topping? If you like focaccia, I think some people were saying they never made focaccia or they never had focaccia before, so maybe you can't answer this question. Today we're doing chili oil focaccia. Chaos, you never made one. You gotta try it. It's really easy. Right? It's really, really easy. Like right now, I'm just watching it rise. Super easy. Super, super easy. But the most basic topping, today we're doing chili oil, which is not, well, I've seen it before, so it's not like I invented it, but it's not the usual topping. The usual topping is olive oil and herbs. Yeah, Fatima, it is. It is like pizza, okay? But it's fluffy. Yeah, Chaosity, it's not up yet. Chaosity asked, can I read it up on your website? It's not up yet, but I will put the focaccia up there. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe it'll come up tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how quick I am to get it up there. But I probably could because I'm going to be messing with the website tomorrow, so might as well do it. But yeah, I will post a recipe on my website. But yeah, it is kind of like a pizza dough, except it's going to be fluffy. So pizza dough is usually, well, when it's usually like flat and like a little crispy. But focaccia is going to be fluffy, which is why we're letting it proof. I want it to be very fluffy before we get it into the oven. And the toppings are usually a little bit lighter. Like it's usually not cheese and tomato sauce, although I'm sure you can do it. Usually it's olive oil, herbs, maybe some veggies. And here we're doing chili oil. But, but, um, my favorite one, well, actually, my favorite one I'm not going to mention. Okay, it's a secret because I'm going to reveal it. It's going to be a special reveal. But my second favorite one is actually the apple pie focaccia. It's I love the sweet focaccias, and apple pie focaccia is so good. Um, it's basically just a regular focaccia. I don't like add sugar to the dough. I just put an apple sugar topping, and it's really good. It's really, really good. Fatima said, I tear it and dip it in olive oil and balsamic. Yeah, yeah, that would be good. I think that's how it's eaten a lot of the time. I think that's how it's eaten a lot of the time. I actually was doing research a little bit. Speaking of research, I was doing a little digging around the internet to try to find some information about the history of focaccia. And this came about, I spoke about it earlier, but I'm pretty sure you guys in the chat right now weren't here. If some of you were here, sorry, repeating myself. But if you remember from last week, I was talking a lot about the ciabatta and how the ciabatta, we made ciabatta last week, how ciabatta is actually not an old bread. For those of you who don't know, ciabatta is a flat bread that's like really crunchy, but it's like a baguette, but it's flatter and like wider. And I made that last week. And what was so interesting to me is that ciabatta is actually not that old. Ciabatta is only like 40 years old, and it was made in a response to the baguette becoming popular in Italy. So they made like an Italian version of the baguette. But I digress. Focaccia is actually quite old, and I thought that was so, just the contrast was interesting to me. So focaccia was actually made probably before the Roman Empire, but definitely during the Roman Empire they were making this. And I believe focaccia means hearth bread because they would make it in their fireplaces. A hearth is a fireplace. So it was always kind of like a homemade type thing. So yeah, this type of bread's actually very old. And I believe they used to eat it like what Fatima said, just dipping it in like olive oil and vinegar and maybe some herbs. And I mean, there's oil on top too. But yeah, you can put so many things on it, right? I made a jalapeno cheddar one, which was really good. I made, what else have I made? I can't remember. But I have some other ones cooking up here. I mentioned earlier that I want to try an achar one, a mango achar one. And achar is just an Indian pickle, and it's packed in oil, so it is an oily pickle. It's not like the American like gherkin pickle, which is in brine. It's packed in oil. So I thought it would be perfect for focaccia since you usually put oil on the focaccia to give it a crispy crust. So I might try that soon. Maybe my next focaccia recipe test, I might try that. But no, today we use chili oil, which I made a few weeks ago. I made it for a different recipe. I was making like soy chunks and chili oil, and I had a lot left, so I was like, ooh, put that on focaccia. So that's what we're doing, and I used the rest of it here. So it's good to use up what you've got in the fridge before you start a new project. I try to do that. Bless you. Poor Boo. Yeah, that's my cat, by the way. That's my cat. Bless you. Big sneeze. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Don't give me that look. You can't see him because of the way I positioned the computer today, but maybe next time I'll try to position it better. And the camera too. Oh, it's a picture of a cat. Yeah, that's him. That's him being kitty. But yeah, so the chili oil, going back to the chili oil, it's very easy. I just use oil, onions, chili flakes. I use Korean chili flakes, gochugaru. But you can use any chili flakes. Just note that gochugaru is mild, so if you use a stronger chili flake, maybe less. And then miso, and that's it. Oh yeah. Curiosity asks, "Have you ever tried wild garlic?" I'm not sure if that's the right word for it. Yes, I have tried wild garlic. I believe. Are they scrapes? Scrape? Is that the right word? I think I've tried it. Curiosity says in Germany it's called Barlock. That's the best Barlock. Okay. Yeah, yes, I think I have tried wild garlic. They sell it at the farmers market, but only at the specialty farmers market, the one in New York City. I like that farmers market a lot because it has cool stuff, but it's a little expensive. So I only go like during certain, when I really want something. Kiasi says green leaves on the floor in the woods. Yeah, we don't get it from the woods. I think they grow it here. It's still called wild garlic, but they grow it at like a farm. And a lot of growers make this because they can make money off it because it's specialty, right? But I'm pretty sure I've had it, and it is good. I don't know if I think it's better than regular garlic though. I'm gonna be honest. Some of these things I think are just kind of gimmicky. I'm sure there's probably it's probably not it's probably milder maybe than regular garlic. But I feel like some of these things are you know expensive and not necessary, I guess. It is good though. I think I remember liking it, but I remember thinking, okay. Like, oh, okay. That's good. Um but I think I'm more of an onion person. I really like uh scallions a lot. We could even put scallions on this when it's done if we wanted to. I might do it. I might do it. But scallions, I feel like scallions are a little bit like wild garlic. A little bit. Just a tiny bit. Because they have the green on the top. Am I thinking of the right plant? It has the green sticking up from the top. Curiosity, we have another viewer who I haven't seen him in a while, so hopefully he returns and maybe you guys can chat. I think he's also from Europe. I won't shout him out. I don't. He's a little private, so I won't shout him out unless he actually comes back. But he also was, you know, foraging. That's what we call it. He didn't know that word, but in English we call that foraging when you look for food from outside. That's not as common here, I don't think, although there are people who forage, but I find that so fascinating. He was talking about foraging for mushrooms. I don't know if you forage for mushrooms, Chaosity. And like berries and things like that. Here it's not as common. But I was saying to him that here there is an industry around it, so you can pay someone who's an expert forager to take you foraging for mushrooms, for example, and he or she will show you all the different types of mushrooms, like and which ones are good for eating and etc., and which ones are poisonous and you should avoid. So if you're good at foraging, Chaosity, there's an industry. You could become a forager guide, a foraging guide, and help people pick out not poisonous mushrooms. Right, Munch? Munch is eating. We want to look at Munch eating. Can you see? Oh, you can kind of see him. There's Munch. He's having lunch again. He's having lunch again. But yeah, I mean that's really cool, Chaosity, that you get stuff from outside. I don't have that privilege right now, although who knows, but I have a garden and I do want to expand on my garden. Kiasi says I'm growing a lion's mane mushroom at the moment in my bathroom. Oh, that's so cool. Yes, yes. They probably love the bathroom because they love the moisture, right? So they'll love the bathroom. I grew one year. I did grow mushrooms one year. I grew king oyster mushrooms. The lion's manes ones are pretty cool though. That's a good one to grow because I feel like they're so expensive. So growing them would probably be more cost effective, right? Kayasi says, I want to try vegan barbecue ribs with it. That sounds really good. That sounds really good. I don't think I probably have. I don't remember. I don't remember if I've had lion's mane mushrooms, but I probably have. I've seen them before. They're really cool. Munchkin's having a drink. The cat is here. Yeah, but yeah, I think that's really cool. I think growing your own food and foraging for your own food is just it's so commendable. And that's why, well, I'll never get to the point where I'm growing all my own food. Those homesteaders, I mean, I love watching their content too. I love the homesteaders. I love it. But I don't think I'll ever get to that point. That's a lot. It's a lot of work. I think people don't realize how much work that is. But I do find that so commendable. But I do want to grow more of my food, especially once I get some property. For those of you who were here earlier, you probably heard me talking about this. But I have a fig tree, and you might have seen it before in the stream. He's sitting right here. He's so big. He's inside. So I have a fig tree inside, and you can grow a lot of stuff inside, right? You can. But he's grown a lot since the beginning of spring, which is good. I hope the season is good for him. Last season wasn't as good because I had a mint plant that got a fungus, and it gave the fungus to like all my other plants, including the fig tree. And I was really worried that it might kill it, but I think the fungus is gone. I really do. He looks so healthy, you know. Thank goodness for my fig tree, whose name is Fig. My fig tree's name is Fig. So I do want to grow more fruit trees. Fig is my first one, and when I get property, I'm going to plant him outside, or maybe in a little greenhouse. I'm not sure yet. Fig trees do grow figs here, though. Believe it or not, I didn't know that. But fig trees do grow figs in New Jersey. This is how I learned about this. Okay. So when I first went to California with my husband, now husband, he was my boyfriend at the time. He's from Los Angeles. Los Angeles, right, Munchkin? I had never been to California before that, right? I am an East Coast girl. I never left the East Coast. East Coast, best coast. As far as I'm concerned. But we went to Fatima says, I did a garden last year. Snails ate my peppers. Those darn snails. I'll go back to the fruit trees things in a second. But there's I think it's on Netflix. There's a documentary on Netflix called, I think it's called Little Big Farm or something like that. And it's basically about homesteaders. And I believe I don't think they only homestead. I think they actually have a farm, like they sell their produce. And they actually bought ducks to eat the snails. Yeah, snails are really cute. Chaosity, I agree. Chaosity said, "Damn snails," but they're cute. I agree, Chaosity. They're so cute. but they could be pests, and I didn't know that they were pests until that documentary. So that's why Fatima reminded me of the documentary where they got a bunch of ducks to go eat all the snails. So yeah, if you're interested, watch the. I think it's still on Netflix. I think it's called Little Big Farm, and it's about it's about organic farming, essentially. It has like animal based farm too. I don't know. I know that Curiosity is vegan, so that part, what are you gonna do? That's just like, I guess you could say it's mainstream, to use animals in farming. But the way they do the farm in a natural way, and they crop rotate and whatever else they do is pretty interesting. So if you're curious about that, you can get into that. Fatima says, "I'm East Coast too. Our snails came from France. Ooh la la. Yeah, those are fancy snails. Those are really fancy snails. They came to eat your peppers all the way from France. They came a long way to eat your peppers, essentially." Curiosity said, "Yeah, ducks are cute too. I love all animals." Yeah, same here. I love ducks too. I do love ducks. But yeah, getting back to the fruit trees and Fatima's East Coast Curiosities in Germany. But if you've ever been to California, or really like Curiosity, if you've been to the Mediterranean, I feel like it's similar. So there were fruit trees everywhere in LA. In people's lawns, like people's lawns had orange trees and lemon trees and papaya trees and grapevines and just and pomegranate trees and apple trees. It was just like every type of fruit. And I was so enamored with. I loved all the fruit trees everywhere. I was just so excited by them, and I was taking pictures of all of them and IDing all of them. And before I took a picture, I would try to guess what fruit it was, because some of them it was harder to tell than others. I got most of them right. The one I got wrong, I remember, there was a papaya tree, and I thought it was a mango tree. But I guess those are pretty similar looking. Papayas are usually bigger, but it was probably just a baby papaya. But yeah, and they had fig trees there, right? A lot of them. And so when I got back from that trip and I saw all the fig trees there, I noticed, because I was IDing all the plants, right? I was really into it. I was just IDing all the plants. So I really got good at knowing what a fig tree looked like. I was like, yeah, I can tell a fig tree from a mile away. They have very distinct leaves, right? So then when I got back from that trip, I noticed that my neighbors had fig trees. And not only that, there's a fig tree in my backyard. I didn't even know. Well, I don't really use the backyard because I don't even know if I'm supposed to. But I was there for whatever reason. I think I was taking out the trash, and I noticed there's a fig tree back there. And the neighbors have fig trees, and there's like a bunch of houses over here have fig trees. Okay, outside. And then I had to research it, and yeah, fig trees can survive in the New Jersey climate. I was surprised. I thought it would be too cold here during the winter. They go dormant during the winter, but they don't die. So I know, like, for example, a mango tree wouldn't live here. There's even banana trees in LA, by the way. Even banana trees are okay there. That's amazing. But anyway, so fig trees can survive here. So I could potentially just plant it outside. I could also plant it in I could also plant it in the greenhouse, because I do want to have a greenhouse, but I want it all. I want it all. Bless you, Munchkin. Angel right there. What a little angel. Yeah, I know. I have the Focaccia cam, but I need to get a cat cam, obviously, because Munchkin is the star of the show. Without Munchkin, there would be no show. What are you doing, guy? What are you doing? I don't know what he's doing. Capped Prem Captain, I'll call you Captain. Captain Prem, welcome to the chat. Um, I'm Elisa. We're making focaccia. And Captain asked, have you ever tried any Indian food or cooked any? Captain Prem, I love Indian food. It's probably my favorite thing, actually. Um, I cook a lot of Indian inspired food. I don't know if they're traditional Indian recipes, but I was saying earlier that there's a South Asian grocery store by where I work, and I'll stop there after work to get these huge bags of beans. I love the huge bags of beans, and I get huge bags of spices. And yeah, I go, and I also love. I was talking earlier. I like to get the mango pickles from there, and I'm actually thinking of making a mango pickle focaccia, so stay tuned. Probably not anytime soon. I'll switch. Um, oh yeah, let me put the focaccia can back on now that Munchkin's not there. Mango focaccia. That would be cool. Um, oh yeah, yeah. Um, hold on. I'll go back. But yes, I love Indian food. Captain Prem, if you have any suggestions, let me know. But yeah, I make a lot of beans. I make, a lot of Indian inspired things. So yeah, let me know. So Cassie said the second cam isn't working anymore. Yeah, I turned the second cam off so we could see Munchkin, but it's back on now. Yeah, it's back on now. Biryani is really good, Captain Prem said, and Fatima said naan. Yeah, naan is also really good. Yeah, biryani is good. Biryani is good. If you have any suggestions for Indian spices that we can put in like bread, I've been recently putting a chari spice on everything, the pickle spice essentially, because I love pickles. So I've been putting that on everything. I make an achari peanut butter, which is basically peanut butter mixed with the pickle spice, the Indian pickle spice. It's amazing. So it's incredible. But yeah, if you have any like spice mixes or any kind of Indian breads that you'd like to see, that also is good. Biryani is, of course, good. All right, let's see. Not quite there yet. Not quite there. I think it's a little cold. But yeah, I'll turn on the oven soon. It's been an hour and a half. But it's not quite there. But I think, yes, Munchkin, I think in another half hour we'll get there. So I'll turn on the oven soon. Right, Munchkin, do you like Indian food? He doesn't like it. He told me. He only likes wet food and dry food. Oh yeah, Kayasi said the herb for Indian food, don't know the English word in Germany, is coriander. So yeah, that is actually the word in English too, is coriander. Yeah, I love coriander. Yeah, it's really good. And so what's funny is that in British English, it's so in British English, they call coriander, I don't know what they call the seed. Coriander seed is what we're talking about. But they call cilantro coriander too. They are the same thing. Coriander is a cilantro seed, I guess. But in American English, we differentiate them. We call the herb cilantro, and we call the seed coriander. So that's just some weird thing we do. So in American English, we differentiate them, and in British English, I believe they called it all coriander. But yeah, oh my god, Pete said bread looks yummo. Great job. It's not baked yet either. It's not. It's proofing. It's almost done proofing. I wanted to get a little bit more jiggly. So thanks, Pete, and welcome to the chat. Kiasi says many English words are similar to German words. Yeah, I mean, English is actually a Germanic language, but English is different than German because we borrowed a lot from French. So, I mean, there's probably so many other differences, but our vocab is different because we borrowed so much from French. But it is a Germanic language, so I'm sure there's a lot of overlap. Captain says, I just got from work and seeing you late night here make me really happy and to know. Oh, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. And I'm glad being here made you happy. I'm here. I'm here every week. No. So um, I'm here on Saturday and on Wednesday. If the schedule changes, I let you know in advance. But I'm here Saturday and Wednesday. On Saturdays, we're doing a bake. So every Saturday, we do some type of bread. This week, we're doing focaccia. And then on Wednesday, I call it midweek toast. After work, I just kind of make something with the bread and then we chat. Or this week, I might do something else. We'll see. I want to do something else with that segment a little bit. I want to do something more fun. But right now, that's our schedule. It might change in May. I might change it a little bit, not too much, just like maybe give it a little bit more hours and maybe add a segment or something like that. But I'm here every week, so I'm glad that being here made you happy because I'm happy to be here. But yeah. And if you want to keep updated too, let me do this now while there's more people here. I have other socials that might be easier to keep updated because most people don't look at Twitch stories. I noticed I do update Twitch stories, but I don't think most people use it. But I'm on YouTube, I'm on Discord, I'm on Instagram, and I'm on Pinterest. Right? I post the VODs on YouTube and also shorter videos of me baking on YouTube. We'll see what happens with the summer, see if I have more time to post more videos on there. And on Discord, that's a good question, Captain Prem. So Captain, give me 1 second. I'll go through the socials and then I'll answer that question. So on Discord, go there if you want to share like your bread recipes or your creations or even like savory things you make. I have different channels for that. And I'm on Instagram. If you're interested in my cottage bakery updates or pictures of the bread, like a lot of pictures of all the bread, check out my Instagram. I also post updates on the Twitch stream on there as well and on my YouTube as well. And Pinterest is just for the recipes. So if you're interested in the recipes, go on Pinterest. It'll be there. And Captain asked, what do you do apart from Twitch? What's your normal life like? What a good question. So my normal life, I'm actually an English teacher. I was telling a story earlier, which I won't repeat. It's too much about a student. So you might hear me complain about some students sometimes. But yeah, I'm an English teacher. So that's a lot of my normal life. You might see him, not today, he's working today. But sometimes on Wednesdays, you might see my husband. I'm married. I have a cat. I run a cottage bakery, which I'm going to get started up again at the end of May. So I'm really kind of busy. Yeah. Making bread. And I also, keep the house together. The apartment. It's an apartment. Once I have a house, I'll be busier. I garden, and I work at a school. So I'm pretty busy. Yeah. But my husband's actually calling me now. I'll text him, but he might be getting out of work, so maybe you guys will see him if he gets out early. It's pretty early for him. So yeah, maybe you guys will see him. But yeah, so I keep myself busy. Yeah. Captain Prem, what do you do for work if you don't mind me asking, or anyone else in the chat? What do you do apart from Twitch? And in my job, I teach, right now I'm doing remedial English, which I actually don't mind. I like doing remedial English, but I find that the students are not as interested as when I'm doing ESL. I love doing ESL. Teaching ESL just means English as a second language. So teaching students who might have come from a different country learn English. The students are always so motivated. So I really like that aspect of my job. I love when my students really are, they might be struggling and it might be hard for them, but they're learning, they want to learn. That's the best. Curiosity says he's a police officer. Nice. And Fatima says, student and professional rapper. I nap a lot. Oh, that's good. That's good that you're a student. You know, stay in school. What are you going to get your degree in? And students usually nap a lot, so it's understandable. When I was a student in undergrad, I'm still friends with the roommate I had in undergrad, which is quite remarkable, and I'm glad. I'm glad to have her in my life. But when I was in undergrad, we used to take naps together. Like we had separate beds, obviously, but I would, if I fell asleep, my roommate would sometimes fall asleep because it looks so enticing when your roommate's asleep, and vice versa. We'd always end up taking a nap together by accident. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Captain Prem says, I'm a pilot. I just got home from flying and I'm from India. We have some really important people in the chat. I'm just going to say, like, because there's very, very important jobs. I mean, being a student is also important because, we need to learn to become professionals, right? But police officer and pilot, these are things that in the US anyway, they're like, um, people are leaving these types of jobs, right? Especially police officers. So it's so important to be, you know, to be serving that way. And pilot people are, there are a lot of problems with, like, I'm sure you've heard like problems with the planes and things like that. As a pilot, you probably heard about that. And I know that a lot of pilots were leaving the profession, so that's good. Very, very good. Very important people in the chat today. So you just got home, so you're in India now. That's good. Captain Prem, have you ever been to Sri Lanka? Or anyone else? I'm just asking him because I think Captain might have been there due to proximity. And I'm asking because a few months ago I went to Sri Lanka with my husband and we had a great time. We ate great food and we saw monkeys. That was the best. Whenever anyone asks me about my trip to Sri Lanka, they look at me like I have 5 heads. I'm like, we saw monkeys. That was the best part. The monkeys were so cool. Curiosity says, you got those trading cards in your pocket? I saw this on TikTok. I don't know what you mean. I think you're joking, but I don't get the joke. What trading cards? I didn't see it on TikTok. But yeah, when we went to Sri Lanka, we saw, and also all the fruit trees, we saw jackfruit that were like, but you can't see, this big. Like the size of me. The jackfruit were as big as me. That was so cool. And the food is great. And the mango juice, which is really just mango smoothie, but they call it juice, was great. Had a great time. But I've never been to India. We were in Sri Lanka, but we didn't get to India. Oh, great. Captain Prem says, I'm from South India called Chennai, and I have been to Sri Lanka many times. Yeah, especially because you're a pilot, I'd imagine you would have gone. Yeah, it was such a beautiful place. I'm sure India is also beautiful. I can't speak from experience because I haven't been there, but Sri Lanka was so beautiful and so great. And I'm happy that we went. I really wanted to go to Asia, so it was really my choice. It was my choice that trip, but my husband had a fun time. Yeah, we went to the rainforest. We saw monkeys. We saw fruit bats, which were really cool, like the really big ones. They were 5 feet long. They're as big as me, these fruit bats. And my mom said, "Oh, aren't they scary?" They weren't scary. Kiasi says, on TikTok, people are asking pilots for trading cards, and they all got some. I don't know that joke. Okay, that's funny. Kiasi said maybe that was fake. I don't know. I'm not on TikTok. Yeah, Captain Prem says, how was your Sri Lanka experience? Yeah, like I was saying, we had a great time. We had a great time. We were mostly in the mountains, so it wasn't like hot. It was cool, and it was, the food is great. They had a lot of vegan options too. And I really like one of the reasons I wanted to go. Well, I mean, there's a few reasons. I really wanted to go to Asia. I wanted to see the Buddhist temples, but I also wanted to see the wildlife. Like, I really wanted to go to someplace tropical. I've been to, so to be fair, before going there, I've been to Hawaii before, but it was not the best experience. And honestly, Hawaii is a tropical island, obviously, but it's not quite as um, diverse, I guess, in its flora and fauna as like someplace like Sri Lanka. Like for example, there's no monkeys there. There's no monkeys there, unfortunately. Um, and I don't remember seeing a lot of fruit trees, although I saw a lot of coconut trees there. But I don't remember seeing like banana trees and stuff. But maybe I wasn't looking for it. But I digress. So that was my only experience in the tropics. And I just kind of wanted to see the rainforest. I wanted to see the animals. Um, and Sri Lanka was also a good choice because the food is pretty easily veganized, like, and that is a concern for. I'm sure Chaosity knows in the chat that can sometimes be a concern, like when you go to a foreign country and they don't know what's going on. Like when I went to France 10 years ago, to be fair, like it was 10 years ago, so now it might be different. But I know when I went to France, they just gave me asparagus. Like they didn't know what vegan was. They're just like, here's some asparagus. So, you know, that was a concern. So Sri Lanka, I had a great time. I had a great experience. A lot of cultural events, and great food, great people. It was great. That's a good question, Captain Prem. I have to think about it. Um, I guess. Um, I guess there's two things. Um, so the first thing, Captain Prem asked, "What's your weirdest and bad experience in Sri Lanka?" So I was only saying good things. So he wants to know the juicy bits, right? Um, so when we got to Colombo, Colombo is where we landed in. Well, I guess it's the airport's a little north of Colombo, maybe, or south. I don't remember. It's a little outside of Colombo. But we stayed overnight in Colombo in a hotel, like right next to the train station, and then we got on the train in the morning. Um, Colombo, though, was a little like, my husband said it was like a war zone. My husband was not happy when we got to Colombo, okay? He was just like, why did you take me here? Like, because it is, there's a lot of poverty, obviously. It's really unfortunate. But in Colombo, it was really apparent. Um, and we got stared at a lot, especially me in Colombo. Outside of Colombo, I did not get stared at. But inside of Colombo, I got stared at, and it was probably because of my white arms. You guys weren't here for this, but I had to ban someone today because they wanted to. I'm assuming it was a he. He, no offense, men, but I'm assuming he wanted to see my white arms, and I was like, "What?" So I'm assuming they're staring at me in Colombo because of my white arms. And my husband is, which some of you already see my husband. He is not white, so he kind of blended in a little bit more. He's not Indian, or Sri Lankan, but they thought he was. So he blended in a little bit more. So they were staring at me. But yeah, my husband was not happy. A lot of the buildings were falling apart, and we saw these two people almost get into this old man almost get into a fight with this other old man. I wasn't sure if they were homeless or something, but they were like ready to punch it out at the market. We went through the market, which was really cool, really busy, but these two guys ready to fight it out. So it wasn't really a bad experience. It was just like I guess a little unpleasant. My husband was not happy. Chaosity says, yeah, sometimes hard. Asian countries are usually easier. Depending where you are, yeah, I think a lot of Asian countries are easier. And Captain Prem says maybe the people asking you for selfie. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Captain Prem, yeah, people did ask me for a selfie. But me specifically, like I said, my husband, I think they thought he was from there. He's not, he's Mexican. Well, he's from California, but his parents are Mexican. And they didn't ask for his picture. They always ask for my picture. Whoops. I don't look like I belong there. That was funny. Um, but yeah, that was weird. Yeah, that was weird. And but I like the people fighting in the market. I'll never forget that. He was really like that. He was this old guy. Like he looked old anyway. And I was like, he's ready to go. He's ready to fight it out. Maybe they gave him the wrong price for the electronic or something. I don't know. So yeah, yeah, that was funny. And then the second thing, um, unrelated to the people there or the environment. Well, it's related to the environment. The leeches. Okay, let me know, Captain Prem, if you've been leeched. I've been leeched. You've probably been leeched. Okay. So we did go during. I think it was like the beginning of dry season, the end of rainy season. It was still a little rainy, but not too bad. But there are a lot of leeches, okay? And we got leeched up pretty bad, especially my husband. So we had leeches like all over us. And even where there weren't leeches, there were like marks where the leeches had gotten us. And that's when we went to the rainforest and it started raining on us. And we had like anti-leech boots, but they didn't, it wasn't foolproof. Yeah, so we got leeched. But we survived the leeches. They're not deadly, so but yeah, my husband was not happy with leeches either. He's gonna be. My husband is traumatized. I traumatized him by taking him to a tropical island where he was leeched. Okay, Captain Prem. Thank you for all these great questions, Captain Prem. What's your best food in Sri Lanka and you would love to try again? I mean, all the food was so good. Something that I really liked. Fatima says, "I'm with your hubby, no leeches." Yeah, yeah, I totally traumatized him with the leeches. Um, but the best food, definitely like one of. This is gonna sound crazy, Captain Prem. Well, actually, Captain Prem, you're a pilot, so maybe you know what I'm talking about. So we took Sri Lankan Airlines into Sri Lanka, and they gave us a meal, and they gave us um, milk rice with potato curry and sini sambal. Sini sambal is a onion relish. I'm sure Captain Prem probably knows, but some of you might not know. And if you're interested, look it up because it's really good and it's really easy to make at home. But we that was the first meal we had like in Sri Lanka. Well, on the way to Sri Lanka, and we were like, "Whoa, it's so good!" Like the airplane food was so good. Oh, Chaosity. Bye, Chaosity. He has to go because it's 10 p.m. in Germany. Yes, enjoy your evening. Enjoy your evening. Good night. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, even though it's so late where you are. Um, but yes, the milk rice and which is made with coconut milk. For those of you who are vegan, it's made with coconut milk, potato curry, and sini sambal. Well, that was so good. But like everything I had, I'm trying to think of everything I had because I had like a lot of. Oh yes, 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 yes. Hoppers, string hoppers. Okay, string hoppers are so good. So it's almost like a pancake crepe thing, but it's made with rice, and they put rice noodles in it, and then you can put stuff on it. So they would give us like potato curry. Potato curry was like my favorite curry, and then lentil curry, and what else did they give us with that? They gave us something else like a vegetable. Now I can't remember. Oh, coconut sambal was so good. The coconut sambal was so good there. Basically, all the food I had there, I want to eat again. Definitely. Coconut sambal is a relish with coconuts and chilies and other things. I think traditionally has fish sauce, but you can ask for them to omit the fish sauce. But it's, yeah, that was so good. All the food. Captain Prem says, "Did you try cooking any?" I didn't cook while I was there because we didn't stay in places that had stoves or anything. I guess I could have taken a cooking class. They probably have those there. But I have cooked at home. Like I've made sini sambo at home. I've made some of the curries at home too. Sini sambo is just the easiest thing to make. It's so easy, and I make that actually quite a lot. And you can eat it like now. I want to make it. Yeah, Captain Princess. I mean, after coming out of tour. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have. I've made it. Yeah. I think I've made. I didn't make the hoppers because I didn't want to make the crepes. I could try to make the crepes, but I didn't want to make the crepes. But I've made the potato curry because that was my favorite curry. Was the potato curry. But now I want to make it again. Now we're talking about it. The sini sambal is something I make all the time though. The onion relish. It's just so easy, and I can put it like on toast. Now I have onions actually. I have how many onions? I don't know if I have enough. I'll have to check later because I might make it again. If I make it again, I'll take a picture. I'll be like, hey, you guys inspired me to make this again. But I have to check if I have enough onions because it does take. I usually make it in like a bigger batch. It doesn't take too long to make though. I can make it in a smaller batch. But the onion, it's like basically like a sweet and spicy one. So there's like cinnamon, cardamom, um, tamarind paste, which is like it's like sour too. Like it's a sweet and sour paste, and chili. I use chili. I use Kashmiri chili, but I guess you can use whatever one. It doesn't matter probably, but as long as it's a like a mild chili, I think would be better. And I think that's it. I don't know what else I put in it, like salt. I don't know, but it's so easy. Okay, and it's delicious. It's so delicious. And like you guys probably know, I make a lot of bread, so that's a good thing to make because I just put it on toast. It's almost like onion jam. Like it comes out like onion jam. I'm gonna make it. It has been written, but I've also done the some of the curries. Like I've made a beet curry too. It's good. Oh, that's sweet, Captain Prem. Yeah, we probably won't be. He said that we should plan an Indian tour, and he says I'm from Chennai, extreme South Indian. I can totally host you guys. Um, I mean, like I would love to go to India. We're not gonna go anywhere anytime soon because we just took a big trip and we're trying to save money. But maybe one day, maybe one day, if you're still available, if you still come to my streams and we're still chatting, maybe one day. I mean, I would love to go. I mean, yeah, yeah. But yeah, Sri Lanka was great, and I'm sure Chennai is great as well. I'm sure it is. I'm sure there are also leeches there, and I'm sure there's also people fighting at the market. It's probably. Would you say, since you've been to both places, obviously you know them more than way better than I do? Would you say it's similar? Do you think South India and Sri Lanka are similar, or do you think they are very different? Or anyone else in the chat who knows about this? Um, I feel like I've heard from people that they're similar, but I'm curious what you think. I'm gonna do a little shake on this guy. It's a little bit shaky, but not quite. I'll wait for Captain Prem to answer the question. But while I'm waiting, in a few minutes, I'm going to call this and I'm going to turn on the oven and let it preheat. So I'm not going to put it in the oven right now. I'm just going to preheat the oven because I think it's been 2 hours. So it should be, it is shaky. It could be more shaky. I think by the time I get the oven preheated, it should be good to go. It has risen quite a bit in here. Captain Prem says we were both connected with a language called Tamil, and food is very similar. Yeah, there was 2 languages spoken there. Yeah, so you also speak Tamil too. Okay, or Tamil, I think. I am probably pronouncing it wrong. Sorry, Sorry in advance. Um, I do have a lot of, at least not in my town, but by where I work, there's a large Indian population. But I'm pretty sure they're from West India, most of them, but not all of them, because there's also a lot of Bangladeshis too in there. Obviously, that's not West; that's more East. But oh, I can't pronounce Gujarat Gujarati. Good luck if you understood me. But like, yeah, it's a state in West India. I think a lot of them are from there, from just my visual. Yeah, yeah. Fatima makes a good point. South India is kind of Portuguese. A lot of it, I don't know if Chennai is, but I think Goa, Captain Prem, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Goa has a lot of Portuguese roots, like Vindaloo, like the food Vindaloo, though here, southern Indian food is Sri Lanka. Southern Indian food is Sri Lanka. Colonial. Yeah, it is colonial. Yeah, colonial roots. But Southern Indian food is Sri Lanka. Yeah, here we actually have some Sri Lankan restaurants that we're thinking of trying, perusing. I've been to a Sri Lankan restaurant in um, Portland when we went to Portland a few years ago. There's a vegan. Not only is it Sri Lankan, it's all vegan Sri Lankan restaurant in Portland, and it was very very good. But here, there, like I said, there are some Sri Lankan restaurants in uh, New York City, but most of the time, there it's not very common. It's more common to have an Indian restaurant, and then maybe you can find a South Indian restaurant. Oh, Fatima says, I just mean if I go out for Southern Indian, it's all vegetarian potatoes and bread. Yeah, 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 yeah. Southern Indian food's usually easier to find a vegetarian. Captain Prem says Goa is the West and totally Portuguese Vindaloo. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking Goa. Yeah, I guess that is the West. I don't have a map of India in my head. I'm not an expert on these types of things, but yeah, I've heard that Goa was a Portuguese influenced. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of India. I'm pretty sure it's just like Goa. And I think there's some places too in Sri Lanka, like on the coast. We weren't really there, but on the coast, I think there's some like Dutch or Portuguese influence in some of the coastal cities. So yeah, definitely there. It's definitely there. I believe Vindaloo comes from the Portuguese words for wine and garlic. I think it comes from the Portuguese words for wine and garlic because it's not like the. I know there's so many Indian languages, but it's not like the Indian language equivalent, whatever Indian language they speak in that part of India. It's just like it doesn't mean wine and garlic in an Indian language. It means wine and garlic in Portuguese, and it's like uh, the their pronunciation of it is vindaloo, which I think is fun. I think that's fun. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, it could be more shaky for you guys. I think it's just cold. I think it's just cold because this pan is cold. But that's okay. I'm gonna turn on the oven. It did rise quite a bit, so it's not like it didn't rise. It did. So we'll give it a little bit more time. But while we're waiting, I'm gonna turn on the oven. So I'm gonna turn on the oven. First, I'm gonna like clean up a spot. I don't think I cleaned up a spot in there. I'm gonna clean up a spot in the oven because my oven is full with things, just so you know. FYI, don't do that, but I do it. I learned that bad habit from my mother, putting things in the oven when it's off. So I'm cleaning up a spot in the oven, and I'm going to preheat the oven to 475. And then when I put this in, I'm going to lower it to 450. So I'm going to do that now. And then by the time it's preheated, this should be a little bit more bouncy. It did rise quite a bit. Like if we watch the cam back, the focaccia cam, I'm sure we'd see that it was much smaller. Let me put my Instagram in the chat before I leave. Instagram. Did I spell it right? Yeah. Okay, there my Nightbot put my Instagram. So all my socials are at Jersey Girl Bread Shop. Yeah, it should work, Fatima. Oh no, it's socials with an S. So Fatima, try it again with an S. See if the Nightbot works. If you want to. But yeah, all my socials are at Jersey Girl Bread Shop. So if you're looking for me, no, it's SOCIALS. It should work. Bless you, Munchkin. Bless you. Yeah, so everything's at Jersey Girl Bread Shop. So if you're looking for me, that's where I'll be. But there's my Instagram. So there you go. Yeah, it does work, Fatima. Good. And there's all my socials. Okay, I will be right back. I'm just going to turn on my oven. Okay. Fatima writes, she's gone, emote fight. And starts emote fighting with herself. Because no one else participated. I'm sorry, Fatima, that no one else participated in your emote fight. But I'm back, so and I can see your emote fight. No use hiding it from me. Speaking of hiding things from me, I already told this story, but I think none of you were here. So, I have one student who likes to watch anime in class. And this class, it's a different class than the other one I was talking about, but I'm not the professor for this class. So I'm just the academic coach, which is like an in-class tutor. But they were in the lab and they were supposed to be working on their essays, and he was watching anime. Like, not on his phone, but on the computer, like a huge computer in front of him. So I could obviously see it. So I walk up to him, like I walk next to him to kind of, I don't even have to say anything, I'm just trying to show my presence so he knows I can see it. And he does turn it off. But then when I walk back to the back of the classroom, he turns it back on. And it's like, well, I could see you before. I can see you now. Like, so can't hide anything from me, Fatima. That's the moral of the story. I see it. Can't hide it. Can't hide your emote fight. Munchkin's here if you guys want to look. Oh, you can't really see, but Munch is here. He's in the corner. He's right over here. He's having a snack. He's having a snack is what's going on. Right, Munch? Yeah, right. He said right. Okay, so now the oven is preheating. I'll let it preheat for a little bit. And maybe around 4:30 we'll get this bad boy in there. I really want to make sure it has like enough time to rise. It's taking longer than expected, but I think it's just a little cold in here. I think it's just a little cold. But I don't want it to be under, that's the worst if it's under. You don't. So when dough is under fermented, we can talk about that since I mentioned it. When dough's under fermented, it's not going to get as high of an oven spring. It's not, the texture is going to be wrong, right? The texture won't be right. Um, it might have like big holes in it, but like not the right kind of holes. It'll be uneven kind of holes, right? We don't want that. So we want it to be correctly fermented. So that's why, even though it's like been 2 hours and I thought it would only take 2 hours, it's okay. We can wait another half hour to see if it rises a little bit more. Because I think it could rise a little bit more. Yeah. So, what were we talking about? My socials. Talking about my socials before. I'm also on Discord. My Discord link is there where Fatima got the socials link. But if you guys are interested in sharing things that you bake or cook on there, you can join my Discord. It's a little new, so you might, you know, not see a lot on there, or you might see me talking to myself on there. But I hope that you guys find it useful or fun just to go on there and share what you've been doing. If there are people on there who've done that, and it's not just me. So there are people on there who've done that, and hopefully it grows. So if you're interested in that, go ahead and join my Discord. On my Instagram, I post like pictures of the things we make, and also updates on my Twitch streams, and updates on my cottage bakery. Fatima says, I burned a lot of bread back in 2020 and 2021, like how people did sourdough and stuff. How did you burn the bread? Did you just leave it in for too long? Like, how'd you burn, or you had your oven on too high? I have seen burnt bread before, but I just feel like bread is a little hard to burn. Right, Munch? Yeah, okay. Munch said, yeah, okay. I guess you could burn it, because I feel like the bottom of my oven is a little hot, and sometimes the bottoms burn. Is it the bottoms that burn on your bread, or the tops, or both? That's what I'm curious about. But yeah, 2020, 2021, that's when I started doing sourdough too. But it was like after it was after it was a trend. I don't like following the trends. It was because, I always like baking, so that's something I was always into. And my friend actually told me, like, you should try sourdough. But I was like, I'm not sure because of the discard. I don't like the discard aspect of it. Fatima says she thinks she followed the recipe. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what it is. Maybe your oven's too hot, or maybe your oven has a hot spot. Like, my oven has a hot spot, definitely. That's hotter than the rest of it, unfortunately. But yeah, around that time, my friend told me to try sourdough. I considered it, before, but I was always like, it's, the discard aspect of it seems so wasteful. I didn't know how I was going to use all that discard. It seemed like such a pain in the butt. But then I followed a no discard method, and I actually have on my website, I'll put it on my blog. If you go to the recipe section of my website, I have a no discard sourdough starter recipe, and it's basically what I did to get my sourdough starter. I'm a sourdough advocate. I think everyone should have sourdough. I think it is just, life-changing almost if you like baking and if you like cooking, to have your own yeast source. And I mean, you can use it for other things too, and we're going to do more of that on here, and we've already done some of it on here for quick breads, but I'll show you some other sourdough discard recipes too. I'm considering doing one on Wednesday. We'll see. I'll think about it. I'll think about what we're going to do on Wednesday. But yes, it's just, I just think it's so great to be able to, make your own food. Just like how I said earlier, I think those homesteaders who like make, you know, they they grow all their own food. Like I said, I don't think I'll ever get there, but I think that's so commendable. So I think being able to make your own food, especially if there's ever a yeast shortage again, you won't have to worry because you have your own starter. You have an infinite amount of yeast basically, as long as you have flour. I mean, if there's a flour shortage, it might be a problem, but you have yeast, right? You have yeast in your little sourdough starter. So it's just, yeah, it's just great. Yeah. So Captain Prem asked, "How did I get into the love of food making?" And then Fatima commented that subsistence farming is crazy tough looking. I agree. That's why I said I don't think I'll ever get there, but I think it's very commendable. I really do. I think it's great. But it is really, really tough. I do want to grow more in my garden, but right now my garden's inside. We're in my garden right now, okay? But yeah, it is hard. But going back to Captain Prem's question, so um, it's actually kind of hard to say exactly when it started, but definitely like so story time about me. When I was younger, like I guess before the age of 11 or 12, I was very overweight. I was an overweight child. A lot of my family's overweight too. Um, and you might say it runs in the family, but in my opinion, it doesn't. The food habits run in the family. So I didn't eat very well. My mom, bless her heart, if she's here, so she's sometimes hanging out in the chat. She's sometimes lurking. I don't think she like meant anything bad by this, but I think she was just, she was a single mom, and at the time, this was the '90s, right? I think we're kind of ignorant about healthy foods. So yeah, hi mom, if you're here. Her screen name is OK Mom. So hi OK Mom. So I think she was a little ignorant, and I think a lot of people were at the time, and still are. Honestly, it's such a shame because we have all this information and people still eat a lot of junk food. So I think the first start of me becoming like a lover of food was not that I was like literally like a lover of eating as a child, which I definitely was, but more so when I lost weight. And I lost weight kind of on my own when I was 12. I just decided I didn't want to be the fat kid anymore and lost like 11 or 12. I lost a lot of weight, like 50 pounds. And I'm about the same weight I was then. I'm maybe 10 pounds heavier than that, than when I lost all that weight when I was 11, right? So I'm about the same. Um, so I think my love of food actually, that's the origin, I think, actually, is that I like to cook for myself because I like to um, know that what I'm eating is healthy. I don't like getting takeout. It's also expensive. I also don't like spending money, but I don't like getting takeout, and I don't really like eating out too much. I don't I really don't like greasy food. In fact, focaccia is not my favorite because of all the grease on it, but you can moderate it when you make it for yourself. I can see how much is on it. And I made the chili oil myself. Like I like doing things in my own way, I guess. I think that's the origin of it. And then it grew because I wasn't a vegan when I was 12, but like 18, between 18 and 20. I don't remember the exact date I became a vegan. Sorry, guys, I don't have a vegan versary. But I think it grew once I became vegan because for those of you in the chat who are vegan or even vegetarian, you probably know that I think it strengthens like your connection to the purpose of food because for me, I don't want to make anyone feel bad or anything like that, but uh, for me, when I decided not to eat meat or any animal products, it was about, not harming the animal. And then once I saw like my food choices were important, I guess impactful, I kind of related that back into the food I was eating. So it became more of like a purpose thing. So I think those two things really helped. Like the fact that I knew food could make me healthy, and I knew that if I cooked for myself, I could be healthier. And that also, um, I knew that food, not only made me healthy, but also had like a broader purpose. I think those are the two things. I don't think I'm like a traditional foodie in that way. I didn't grow up with foodie parents either. Like my parents aren't like chefs or anything. We lived off like freezer meals a lot. So I think it's kind of like because I had that background of growing up on freezer meals and not the healthiest things, I kind of came to really like to do things on my own. It's like almost like a boomerang effect. Like not boomerang, the opposite of that. When I go the opposite way. Fatima talking about bullying her father. Fatima said my dad was getting pudgy, so I picked on him a bunch, and now he eats vegetarian mostly. Okay, Fatima. Picking on your father. Yeah, I think for some people it's easier to maintain their weight eating vegetarian or vegan. I know my husband, he was on here on Wednesday. He talked about it a little bit. He joined us on Wednesday, so maybe you'll meet him next Wednesday. But um, he wasn't the vegan when I met him, but when I met him, he was overweight, and honestly, that didn't bother me too much. Like his appearance didn't bother me. I wouldn't have dated him if his appearance bothered me. But what did bother me was his habits. Like he ate a lot of fast food and stuff, and obviously, from what I just told you, those are the opposite of my habits. I don't like those habits, and it was the habits I had when I was very young, unfortunately, and I don't have those anymore. But when I said, "Hey, let's not eat out and let's you know I cook mostly. I cook all actually all, which is fine because he works more than I do. He works outside of the house more than I do. So when I was like, hey, like let's just eat in, let's not eat out so much. He was like, fine, and he ate mostly what I made him, and he lost a lot of weight. He lost 50 pounds. And eventually he was just like, I feel so good eating this way, then I'm just going to go vegan 100%. So he did. And so, yeah, a lot of people do it because it makes them feel, it's easier to maintain their weight and it makes them feel better. And I think that is true too. I think that's true as well. But yeah, I don't know if that answered your question, Captain Prem. I hope it did. But yeah, I don't think I'm like a traditional foodie. Like I am curious about different flavors. I love spicy food, for example. I love spicy food. I love peanut butter. I have some weird food, not ticks, but like obsessions, I guess. But you know, I don't think I'm like a traditional foodie in a lot of ways, but I think it's really great, and that's why I'm a not sourdough discard, a sourdough starter advocate for everyone to have their own sourdough starter. If you like to eat bread anyway, I think it's great to be able to do it yourself and to do it in a way that is healthier, and you don't have to rely on the store to have your yeast. If you can rely on yourself more, I think that's better. I mean, obviously we can't rely on ourselves 100%, but if we can rely on ourselves more, I think that's better. I think this has grown a lot since we were talking. Oh, it has. It's jiggly. See that? Sometimes you only have to wait a little longer. Let's see. Fatima said, I tried making vegan ice cream and it was not good. Oh no, let's see what happened. And the vegan ice cream at the grocery store is just like real ice cream, so it must be made out of chemicals. I need real ice cream. I can't be vegan. Fatima, you can't be vegan because of ice cream? That's the line you draw? Um, I did you try making it with like coconut milk? I feel like it would be good with coconut milk. I think it would be. And the vegan ice cream at the store is made with chemicals. I don't know. They make like tofu ice cream that's pretty good. I'm not sure what's in it, but I don't eat ice cream. And that's the thing. Like eventually, I'm not like saying it's bad to like ice cream. I do. I like ice cream, especially when I'm sick. I like mint ice cream for some reason when I'm sick. But eventually, these things are like, to me, it's like, uh, the way I see it. Again, I don't want to, Fatima, I don't want to make you feel bad because you like ice cream. But the way I see it, and the way, like, I think, again, this kind of answers Captain Prem's question a little bit, and how this connects me to food is like, there are some things that are more important than ice cream. And because I think that's the way I saw it, I kind of opened my mind a little bit to see it that way. It kind of brought me closer to like cooking and sustaining myself. It was very important. You know, being healthy, for example, to me is more important than ice cream. Eating ice cream once in a while is not bad, but obviously it's not a healthy food. Um, so and also animal welfare, and reducing animal suffering was more important to me than ice cream. So that's the way I saw it, and I still see it. But like when I was in my 20s and maybe even teens, this was a big deal for me to see it that way. But yeah, and Fatima, about ice cream, it's not gonna taste like ice cream exactly, but it's its own thing. It's really cool. You probably heard of it. It's called Nice Cream with an N, Nice Cream, and it's made with frozen bananas. So it doesn't taste like ice cream, but it's really good. So if you're curious, try Nice Cream. Captain Prem says, "What's your weirdest food combo which you don't want to?" Um, so Captain Prem, I'm not sure if you're asking what's my weirdest food combo that I eat, or what's my weirdest food combo that I don't want to eat. Because I feel like there's a lot of food combos that I eat that are so weird, or that other people think is weird, but I don't think is weird. For example, I made this on stream. I made a peanut butter and sauerkraut sandwich, and it's delicious. It's like the best sandwich. It's one of my favorites. It's so good, Captain Prem. So try it. I made it with my homemade beet green sauerkraut, so it's not really cabbage. It's not cabbage sauerkraut, but it was, it's similar enough. And yeah, try it. I have to think a little harder about food combos that I don't like, because there's so many food combos that other people think are weird and that I do like. I like peanut butter and pickles, for example. So I like weird foods. So Fatima says it was coconut cream in the recipe, but it tasted like coconut and didn't get scoopable. Yeah, I guess the problem sometimes is that the coconut ice creams taste like coconut. I don't mind that because I like coconut, but I could see how that might be a problem. You could try tofu ice cream. I don't know. I can't give you too much on the ice cream thing because I've never made my own like real ice cream, vegan ice cream. I've only done the nice cream with an N, and that one again is just frozen bananas. It is really good, but it's not quite real ice cream, right? But it's its own thing, and it's really good if you like bananas. Yeah, so I also make kimchi peanut sandwiches. It's very similar to the sauerkraut peanut sandwiches. It's almost the same, honestly. So Fatima, see, that's the thing. Sometimes I say I love peanut butter. Okay, guys. And I eat peanut butter with almost everything. And some people are like, that's weird. But there's a lot of like, I didn't know there's a Korean peanut kimchi thing, but there's a lot of like Thai and like Malaysian and all that stuff. that they use a lot of peanuts and they use spicy recipes, and they're very similar to my savory peanut butter toast. Okay, so there are other people doing this. That's all I'm saying. That's a good question. So Captain Prem asked, "What's your opinion on vegan versus people who eat meat? Often vegan people get trolled, so how do you see that?" So obviously, yeah, obviously, I am a vegan, and I am a vegan because I don't like the fact that animals are killed for our food unnecessarily. In my viewpoint, it's unnecessarily, right? If we can be vegetarians and vegans, especially vegans, I don't think we. I think we should. There are some places where maybe maybe if you live in Antarctica, you can't because you can't grow food. Maybe there's extreme cases like that. But for me, a middle class person living in America, in a nice city with nice grocery stores, it's not that hard. That's the way I see it. But I understand that it's the norm to eat meat. I don't think that means it's right, but I understand that it's the norm. I understand that most people follow the norm. And in that way, I try not to be too judgmental because I know there's probably a lot of norms that I follow that aren't really the right thing to do. I know there are some things that I've done and probably still do that aren't the right thing to do. And so in that way, I try not to be too judgmental about that. I also know that it's sometimes kind of hard for people to break their habits. I understand that as well. So I have no problem with people, individuals who eat meat. I don't like that they eat meat. I know it's not going to happen, but if everyone stopped, that would make me happy. But I have no problem with like individuals who eat meat. I don't really. I have been trolled before, I think, on Twitch and probably other places too. I don't remember. But I think it comes from insecurities, right? And by trolled, I mean they ask me dumb questions. Sibo asks, "How is the mother yeast?" The mother yeast is good. The mother yeast is sleeping in the fridge. But Esther, I'm assuming, is good. And this is our focaccia, which I'll put in the oven pretty soon. It's jiggly. Could be more jiggly, but it's pretty jiggly now. Captain Prem says, "You gave me one of the best answers, to be honest." Looks good, though. Yeah, he's going to go in the oven soon. Captain Prem, I'm glad you thought my answer was good. I try to be honest because I don't want to like hurt anyone's feelings, but at the same time, like I'm trying to be honest that like yeah, I wish everyone was vegan. I do, but I I know it's not reality, but I hope in the future we could move towards that. I think sometimes we are, and then sometimes we're not. But so I like to be optimistic and think that we are moving towards that. But yeah, we were just talking, Asimo, about what do I think about people eat meat and like vegan troll or meat eating trolls. Yeah, I do get trolled, by the way. I have at least, and they ask me like silly questions like, "What about avocados?" and things like that, just like gotcha questions. And I just answered honestly in case they might have been asking sincerely. It's possible, but it just came across as a troll. And I think like I said, it comes from insecurity. I think it's just they don't want vegans to be right, so they just dog on them all the time. But what am I gonna do? Captain Prem says, "I love that you think about both sides and the reality." Well, we live in a world. We live in a fallen world, as they say, and you gotta accept that. Yeah, Simo said the "what about your avocados that have to be shipped" argument. Yeah. It's like they think that I live on solely avocado. Like that's all I eat. I guess there's some people like that. But no. Yeah, and also it's not the same as eating animals, even if my avocados all have to be shipped from somewhere else. So, but I digress. Simo says, but what about the beans? What about the beans? Is that an argument that people make? I eat a lot of bees maybe. Bees? I eat a lot of beans, so I didn't know there was something wrong with eating beans, except it gives you nice big poops. Yeah, I was like, beans are good for you. Yeah, and they're nice and inexpensive. And like I was saying earlier, go to the South Asian grocery store and get the big 5-pound bags of beans. It's worth it. It's cheap. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think it's good. I think I'm gonna call this soon. Because it's, oh wow, it's already 4:30, guys. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so this has been proofing for 2.5 hours and we've been just chatting. I'm happy that you guys came and were interactive because, this morning was a little quiet and I was a little worried. Oh, it's going to be quiet all day. I like when people are interactive. But yeah, I'm glad you guys are all here interacting. Time does fly by, Simo, when you're having fun. Okay? Time goes by quickly when you're having fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in the oven. The oven is preheated now. So I'm going to put it in the oven at 450 Fahrenheit for 20 minutes. Then I'm going to turn the oven temperature down to 425 for 20 more minutes about. I might put it to 15 and check on it to make sure it doesn't burn. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. So I will be right back. I'm going to put this in the oven now because I think it's good. I think I got it. It took a little longer than expected, but it looks good. You guys can see the bubbles, right? In the focaccia cam. So yeah, that's what you want to look for when your focaccia is done proofing. You want it to rise quite a bit. Sima says, remember to pet the cat from us. I will. Maybe when we're done here, I can show him. But like I said, if you guys have been in my other streams that I show the cat in, I just clean up before I get the cat because he sheds. So I gotta take off my apron. I gotta take everything that's related to food I have to get out of here because I don't want his hair in my food. So, but yeah, you want to look for the bubbles here. You want to rise quite a bit. You can see some bubbles over here and over here. Some big ones. So yeah, I'm going to get this into the oven now. I'll be right back and we can continue our chat and maybe when this is done baking because it'll be done before you know it. I'll show you the cat. Bye, Fatima. Thank you for coming. If you want to see the rest of the VOD, it'll be on Twitch and then eventually I upload it on YouTube. And then on my Instagram and YouTube, I should post pictures of the finished product so you guys can see pictures. Okay. So I will see you all soon in like 1 minute. Hello everyone, welcome welcome back. No, welcome me back. So yeah, now the focaccia's in the oven. I set a timer for I'll set a timer on my phone in case I didn't set a timer. No, I'm pretty sure I set a timer for 20 minutes. But let me just put one on my phone because now my brain is telling me that I didn't. So it'll be in there for 20 minutes at 450. And then, oh wait, that's wrong. And then I'm going to turn the oven down just to make sure it doesn't burn. And I'll put it in for, okay, yeah. In case it doesn't go off. And then I'll put it in for 15 minutes and check on it to see if it's done. But yeah, we're almost done. And I wanted to mention, like, we had a lot of downtime, as I said we would in the beginning. Focaccia is so easy to make. All this time we were chatting, we were just waiting for it to rise. If you were here when we were dimpling it, all we did was throw it into the pan, put some oil on it, and then dimple it with our fingers, and it got our fingers all oily. That's all we did, and now it's baking. So focaccia is a really good bread to make at home. There's no shaping, it's just really easy. Right, Munch? So yeah, we're talking about vegan trolls and beans and things like that. All the good things. Anyone cooking anything fun this weekend? Like doing any meal prep or anything? Tomorrow I'm doing a little bit of meal prep. I'm gonna make us French toast for breakfast, but I'm gonna make like a big batch so we can eat it through the week. You know, I'm not a big fan of leftover French toast, but we have a lot of bread, so we're gonna do. Yeah, that's something else I want to do on this channel is like what to do with leftover bread. One of the things is French toast. So I'm gonna make a big batch of it, and then I'm going to make a blueberry syrup to go with it, and then I'm going to make sausages. Well, I'm not really making them. I'm just heating them up. They're the Field Roast. Field Roast is my favorite brand of vegan sausages. I know I just got off like a diatribe of making everything from scratch. I do make a lot of the stuff we eat from scratch, like most of it. But once in a while, I get like when the Field Roast goes on sale, I get a bunch of it and put it in the freezer, and then I usually use it for. Usually we eat it with French toast. Sometimes I put it in soups and stuff. My husband loves it, but it's really not that bad compared to like in my opinion, it's much better than the Beyond stuff. That stuff is greasy and kind of gross to me, but the Field Roast isn't as greasy. It's really tasty. So I'll probably heat some of that up anyway to go with the French toast and some cabbage. You know, for some health, eat some greens for health. So yeah, we'll probably do that tomorrow. But that's probably it. I probably won't do like a full meal prep because we still have some stuff in the fridge. So, but yeah, I'm a meal prepper. So I'm not a prep. I don't know what. Not all of you are from the U.S., so I don't know if you know this term, but prepper. We call people preppers if they're prepping for the end of the world. If they're preparing for the end of the world, we call them preppers. So when I said I'm a meal prepper, but I'm not a prepper, I'm not yet preparing for the end of the world. I have not been convinced that the eclipse is going to bring the end of the world, but you know, maybe one day, but not today. Today I'm just a meal prepper. But yeah, I'm a meal prepper. I like on the weekends to just prepare everything. Usually it's just, you know, today I'm doing this. Technically, I'm doing some meal prepping because we're going to have the focaccia to eat with our sandwich fillings. So that is something. But usually on Sunday, I'll make a bunch of food to eat throughout the week. I mean, I couldn't imagine. I know people do it. Lots of people do it. Couldn't imagine prepping a whole like week's worth of food for not only a hungry husband and myself, but also children. But I know people do it, you know. Maybe one day I'll also be there doing it too. But right now it's just me and my husband I have to prep for, which is good for me. But yeah. If any of you guys like have some cool foods you guys are making this weekend or any meal prep ideas that you got going on, or just maybe you're not preppers. Maybe you just make dinner every night. Like I know some people do that, but I don't get making dinner every night. That seems like a waste of time. Not a waste of time, but it feels like, I guess if you have a really big family, maybe you have to make dinner every night because there's no way you're going to make all your meals in like 2 days or something. But I feel like I would rather make a big batch of something and have leftovers than cook dinner every night. I love cooking, but if you get home late from work or you're busy all day, like you don't have time to like make a whole meal unless maybe make something really quick. But yeah, I'm a leftovers girl. I love leftovers. So yeah, I guess I can tell you about what I'm making next week because next week might be fun. Um, oh yeah, I'm thinking on Wednesday. I'm thinking about it. We'll see. I might change my mind. But I'm thinking of doing something a little different on this week's midweek toast, which is my Wednesday stream. Uh, I'm thinking of doing discard, something with sourdough discard. And I know I've done a few things with discard, so I didn't want to do another one, but this one is a little different. Should I tell you? I'll tell you. I won't keep it a secret. I was thinking of showing you how to make granola because I make that all the time. It's just something I make all the time, and I was like, I might want to make some on Wednesday anyway, so I might just make it with you guys. Hold on, my computer is not happy that I'm streaming so much. I plug it in again. Okay. Oh. Excuse me, computer. So yeah, I'm thinking of doing some sourdough discard granola. It's so easy, and I always make it, so I can make it with you guys. So and then so then I'm also thinking of doing something a little different next weekend too. So I don't know if I should do two different things at once, but maybe I will, just for fun. I was thinking next week instead of doing the breads again, because we've been doing the breads a lot, and I think for those of you who are here a lot, you understand the process now. Not that we're gonna stop doing bread; we'll always do bread. But I was thinking of doing like what to do with leftover bread, so we can make some bread pudding. I love bread pudding, and I think that might be fun. Captain Prem. Captain Captain asks, you do cooking streams, right? So how difficult is to stream or having those tech difficulties? So far I've only been doing like I've done some cooking. Like last Wednesday I made the mushrooms on stream. So you guys get to see me saute mushrooms, which is really easy. It was really easy cooking. Okay, cooking with Elisa is easy. I like to just throw everything in the pan, okay? I get technical with the baking, but with the cooking, I just throw it in the pan. I'm like, okay, goes in the pan. But yeah, most of my streams have been baking streams, which is like, I guess it's the same as cooking. It just goes hand in hand. But the tech difficulties, okay. Yeah. So last week I couldn't get this camera to work. This is actually the first week that I have this camera. And I'm so proud that I got it to work. I'm not really good with tech, but luckily for me, I'll shout her out now. My sister. She's not here now because I think she's out with her friends for her birthday. Happy birthday. I think that's her name. Let's make. Oh wait, no, I did this wrong. I still don't know how to use tech. See, I'm gonna shout her out though. Her username is xpumpkin, and she actually streams on Twitch. Let's see if that works. Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, look at that. So all these things that I now know how to do, like shout someone out, and connect the camera and Nightbot, all of those things basically, even how to use OBS. she helped me with. So she helps me a lot. She's the one who told me to start Twitch because I probably wouldn't even know what Twitch was if it wasn't for her. Like, I don't know these things. But she streams video games. She does things like Toontown and Animal Crossing, sometimes Final Fantasy and Baldur's Gate. Um, so if you're interested in video games, check her out. But yeah, she's the one who told me to start streaming on Twitch. I'm not like a Twitcher. I'm not on Twitch a lot. Now I am because I try to see what else is going on. There are a lot of good cooking streams on Twitch, so I'm happy to be here. I'm happy my sister told me to join. I don't think I'm the traditional person that's on Twitch, but I think a lot of people so far think that might be sort of endearing. They think it's funny that I don't know what Baldur's Gate is because I didn't until very recently, and they thought that was funny. But yeah, the tech difficulties. Yeah, I do have some sometimes. Like I said, the camera wasn't working last week. And there's just some things that are kind of new to me that I have to figure out. But I take it one step at a time, figuring all these tech stuff out. And, eventually I want, my streams to be, every time I stream, I want to be better, I guess. I want to get better at something with tech. I added the camera. I thought, I think it's time for me to try to add the camera because I think I can do it, basically. I added Nightbot. I thought, oh, it's time for me to add Nightbot because they're all my viewers are asking me about Nightbot. Yeah, it is tough, but I'm learning. Captain Prem says, I went through a lot of cooking stream people in Twitch and you are way better than many people. Thank you, Captain Prem. I think there's a lot of good streamers on here. So I don't want to talk down to other streamers. I did notice that there were I think the difference is I'm not like a Twitcher. I'm not from this land, and I think Twitch is a different platform than what I'm used to. I do like to watch cooking shows. I watch a lot of cooking shows on YouTube. And I feel like the YouTube cooking shows are a little different than the Twitch ones. And maybe mine are more modeled off of that, like what I like to watch. But I do see some on Twitch that are kind of similar to the YouTube one. So it's not just me on here that's like that. I do see some cooking streams where they don't tell you what they're doing while they're doing it, like on Twitch. And some of them don't show their face, and there's just some of them are just a little weird to me, but again, they have people watching them. So I feel like it depends on what you're interested in. I did think it was weird when I saw some of them didn't show their face. Some of them weren't really, either they weren't talking too much or they weren't really telling you what they were doing. I don't know. So it depends. It depends on what I think, like to watch. Like I said, I'm not really a Twitcher. I'm not from this universe. I'm not from this land. I do like cooking shows on YouTube. So I feel like that kind of YouTube vibe, I feel like I want to go for an old school YouTube vibe. Like, 'cause that's what I like to watch. I like those, old school YouTube videos. It doesn't have to be super professional. Like, some of them are really professional on YouTube, though. Like, really, they could be on TV. But it doesn't have to be that. It could be vloggy style. I like those. But they always told you what they were doing. They walked you through the steps. They, were very personable. I like that. Captain Prem says, it was my next question asking about people not showing their face in YouTube. You answered that. Yeah, I think in YouTube, people mostly show their face or they're not going to get views. I think if you don't show your face on YouTube, you're probably not going to get many views. It's tricky. It's tricky. But here I am on Twitch. I probably wouldn't have tried Twitch, like I said, if it weren't for my sister, but I'm happy I did. I think thank you for everyone who's here, by the way. Thank you for coming. I think my channel has grown quite quickly. I don't remember when I started, but it wasn't that long ago. Um, and I'm happy that people are finding some value in what I'm doing and are watching. So I'm happy that I'm doing Twitch. That my sister suggested it because I think that on Twitch there was maybe a lane for me because I don't think there's too many people doing exactly what I'm doing on Twitch. There's probably people on YouTube kind of doing what I'm doing, but on Twitch I don't think there was as much. So I think that was like an avenue for me to stand out a little bit. So I think that was good. So I'm happy that I'm here, and I'm happy you guys are here too and finding some value in what I'm doing. Captain Prem, don't worry. Captain Prem said more than a cooking stream. It turned out to be a Q&A suggestion, and he said, "I'm so sorry." Captain Prem, don't be sorry. So that's like the difference between Twitch and YouTube too is that Twitch is YouTube. They have a streaming section, so I guess it could be interactive, but Twitch is designed to be interactive. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting like format. But because of that, you're supposed to ask questions. So Captain Prem, ask questions, ask away, interact with me, interact with other people in the chat. Like, just don't be sorry for asking questions. That's fine. I'm happy to answer. You give me some more things to chat about. So yeah, the focaccia should be done soon. Actually, well, not done. Done with its first part of the bake soon. So I'll lower the temperature and go check on it too to make sure. I don't think it'll be burning. Up there's the squirrel. For those of you who are new here, there's a squirrel. There's a lot of squirrels, but there's one squirrel in particular who is building a nest. I think on the fire escape, and I'm assuming it's she, but it could be either gender, runs back and forth on the, I guess it's a phone line or electricity line, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, with like leaves and things in its mouth. And I'm always like, what's in its mouth? What is it doing? It went back again. Oh yeah, my YouTube, everything is that Jersey Girl Bread Shop, but I'll put it in the, well, actually, Nightbot will put it in the chat. Yeah, something about like YouTube too. Like I wanted to do more on YouTube. Right now, there are some other videos on there besides my Twitch streams, but I want to do more, but because I'm busy doing all this, it's like hard to do both. So it's just gonna focus mostly on Twitch right now. If I get more time, I'll post more things on YouTube. But regardless, my VODs are gonna be on YouTube. Actually, I should do that today. When I'm done with this, I'll post some more VODs on YouTube. I have to keep up with that. And I post shorts on YouTube too. I was just talking about longer videos when I say I might slow down with the longer videos that I post on YouTube, but definitely the VODs and the shorts I'm going to still post on YouTube. Right, Munchkin? Munchkin says right. Yeah, so so that's my YouTube channel. Everything's at Jersey Girl Bread Shop. So you'll find me on all those socials at Jersey Girl Bread Shop, as the Nightbot told us. This is gonna go off soon. So yeah, I'll go check on it now. I'll check if I put the timer on. The timer's gonna go off here soon, so I wonder if I didn't put the timer on in there. And I'll lower the temperature. I'm gonna lower it to 425 and put it on for, oh, I did put it on in there. It was almost exactly the same as this, so that's good. There you go. So I'll lower the temperature and put it on for 15 more minutes, and then I'll check on it after 15 minutes to see if it's needs more time. But so I'm gonna lower it to 425. So I'll do that right now. I'll be right back. Thank you, Captain Prem. I think it said Prem Nath or something, but I'm pretty sure that's Captain Prem. Thank you for subscribing. It's always very appreciated, right? I'm a newer channel, so I just started getting subscribers like a few weeks ago because you have to hit affiliate first. So thank you. It's always appreciated. But also your viewership is also appreciated as well. So thank you very much. I'm glad, like I said, I'm so glad that you're finding this content valuable. Right, Munch? So yeah, the focaccia looks good. It rose well, so that's good. That's what's really important. And it will be in there. I put it on for 15 more minutes at 425, so we'll see if it's done at that time. But yeah, it's looking good. Looking good. And then I'll come out. I'll show it to you when it's done. We'll let it cool a little bit, and then I'll cut into it. So I'll show you before we leave. I'll show you a cross section of the focaccia, so we can see how it came out. But I do want to take a picture. So I do want to take a picture. So I will not cut into it all the way. So I'll take a picture first. Yeah, I was talking about my YouTube before we left. Yeah, I honestly I love YouTube. I love old school like cooking vlogs. I love that stuff. I'm so into it. So hopefully that's the vibe I'm giving off. It smells really good. I know you're not here right now, but if you were here, you would know that it smells really good right now. It smells like chili oil, is what is happening. It smells like chili oil, which is really good. Really, really good. Oh yeah, so I did contact my husband. I know my husband called me earlier. He said he's gonna be late tonight, not early. So, you guys won't see him tonight, but maybe on Wednesday. Maybe on Wednesday. Oh, it's already 5 p.m. Well, time does go by so fast when you're having fun, right? It's already 5 p.m., so he actually might be out soon. He said late, but I don't know how late is late. So yeah, when we're done with the stream, I'll give him a call. Captain Prem says, "What's your opinion about who hates what you do?" I don't know. I don't know what kind of person who would hate what I do. I guess maybe someone who would hate what I mean, I guess there are people who are really nitpicky about things, right? So, I mean, I guess there's a few kind of people who might hate what I do. The first type of person might be like one of those carnivore types, which I'm sure you know the type. It's a niche kind of thing, but they're around the people who like keto dieters, people who only eat meat, or eat like high fat, or I don't know, something like that, who think bread is bad for you. There are people like that. I don't know if they hate what I do, because I feel like they just don't pay attention to what I do. And that's kind of how I feel about them. Like, I just don't pay attention to them. I think, especially if you're like on the carnivore diet, you're really misguided. It's unfortunate. I hope they stop doing that. But yeah, I just usually don't pay any mind to that kind of person. There are like other types of people who might not like the fact that like, ooh, we got a new chat. Chef Samurai Rick. Wow, what a nice username. Hello, Chef Samurai Rick. Welcome to the chat. I'm Elisa. We're making focaccia. It's in the oven right now. Oh, you can't hear me. Oh. How's everyone? Is everyone else? Can you guys all hear me, or is it just Chef Samurai Rick? Because that might be a tech issue if you all can't hear me. So let me move up closer to the microphone. Welcome to the chat, Chef Samurai Rick. Introduce yourself if you feel so inclined. I feel like I'm speaking loudly. Okay, I'll try to speak a little even more loudly. So, welcome to the chat, Chef Samurai Rick. I was just saying that I like your username. So, Captain Prem can hear me. Okay, so I just want to make sure it's not a tech issue. Okay. Chef Samurai Rick says, but you do have a great smile. Thank you for the warm welcome. Of course. I love that you're here and watching. I was just saying that the focaccia's in the oven right now. We're actually almost done. So you'll get to see the chili oil focaccia in a few minutes, and we will cut into it once it's cooled a little bit. Yeah. So, but welcome to the chat. Introduce yourself. If you want to be called Samurai Rick, I'll call you Samurai Rick. But if you want to be called something else, let me know. And let us know, like, do you like baking or cooking? What's your favorite thing to bake? You know, what do you want to do? Are you not very good at baking or cooking, but you want to learn more? Like, let us know. I was just answering the question Captain Prem asked about. He said, "What's your opinion about those who hate you?" Chef Rick. Okay, I'll call you Chef Rick. Chef Rick says, "I'll stick around for a bit." Okay, nice. Yeah, Captain Prem asked me, "What's your opinion on those who hate you or hate what you do?" And I was just like trying to figure out. I was thinking like, who would hate what I do? The first thing I said was maybe the carnivore types might hate what I do, but Chef Rick says, "I'm a retired 36 years multicultural chef from Vegas." That's amazing. Wow. That's amazing. So we have a professional in the chat. That's great. I'm glad to hear it. So you're a multicultural chef. So what kind of multicultural chef? So what kind of things restaurants did you work at? Did you work at like specific ethnic restaurants, or did you just like work like at like fusion restaurants or restaurants that served all types of foods? That's interesting. So yeah, I couldn't really think of people who would hate what I do, and what I said was maybe the carnivore people would hate, but I think for the most part they just wouldn't care. So I don't really care. And then I could see some types of people who might not like that I talk about healthy food. There are people like that who don't like to talk about healthy food. But honestly, like, I think all those types of people are misguided. So I hope they, I guess, learn a little bit. And I don't really hate those types of people, but I just think they're misguided. So Chef Rick said area MGM, Caesars, and Paris. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've never been to Vegas, but my sister has been to Vegas quite a bit, I think. So I can ask her about that. Yeah, Chef Rick just asked, "Have you been to Vegas?" No, I haven't been to Vegas. Maybe one day I'll go. I do want to go to. I'm not that interested in Vegas, but I am interested in the desert. I want to see the desert, so maybe I'd go to Vegas on my way over to the desert. Captain Prem says, "I was asking about the people misstood you and asked why." What do you mean misstood? I think I might be misunderstanding the question. So I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding the question. People misstood you. But yeah, I do want to go. I want to go to Arizona. My uncle lives in Arizona, kind of part-time now. He's going to retire there, so he has a house there. but he's not retired yet. But I do want to go visit him in Arizona, um, and see the desert. Maybe we'll go to Vegas when we're there. I don't know. Um, but yeah, in where I'm from New Jersey. So our Vegas is Atlantic City, although I've never been there either. So there you have it. I haven't been, and it's so close. Uh, Chef Rick says my friend has a restaurant in Arizona. Where in Arizona? In the Phoenix area or somewhere else? And what kind of restaurant? Chef Rick, you're like you know all the cool stuff. Chef Bianco. That's nice. Yeah, I think it's cool that you know all this. You're in the in crowd. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Chef Rick is in the in crowd. Chef Rick says the most famous pizzeria in the nation, and Chef Rick, um, how much do you want to bet that I do not know about this pizzeria? Whenever somebody says the most famous blank, I don't know it. Everyone on Twitch keeps telling me this is the most famous this is the most important this, and then I'm like, I don't know it. I don't know what you're talking about. I probably don't know that pizzeria. Watch him. Oh, he's on Netflix. What's the show on Netflix? Is it called Chef Bianco? Yeah, it's funny because I'm like, I don't know. No, what is it called on Netflix? I'll look it up. Um. Oh wow, it's windy over here. Oh geez. But there was speaking of famous chefs, I don't remember her name. Uh, I don't remember her name, but there's this chef from Thailand, from Bangkok. We didn't see her, unfortunately. We wanted to go when we were there. We wanted to see her, but we didn't have time because she's only open certain hours. I think she's open late usually, like a nighttime type thing. But it's a street food vendor, and she doesn't have a show on Netflix, but she was featured on a Netflix show about street food. I think the show is just called Street Food. But anyway, you might have heard of her, and you would recognize her from her big goggles. She wears these big goggles, and she's so cute with her goggles. I wanted to see her cook with her goggles on, but we didn't see it. That's okay. We saw it on Netflix. But yeah, that's the only that's one a famous chef that I know. Chef's Table Pizza, Chef Samurai said. Okay, Chef Rick said. Okay, Chef's Table Pizza. Let's see if I can remember that. Oh, I can always look it back at the chat and find it. Um, but Captain Prem asks, how is the food life in the U.S.? It's different world for us in India. I feel like this is a hard question for me to answer. So, how is the food life in the U.S.? I think it depends on who you are, and where you live. So where I live pretty close to New York City. Like I could see New York City from where I live. That's how close I am. And so I feel like in New York City, there's a lot of fine dining, even in some places in New Jersey, a lot of fine dining, a lot of upscale type things, like probably some things that Chef Rick may have worked at. Yeah, Chef Rick says I do cook Indian and Mediterranean as well, Captain. Oh, I'm gonna go keep up the conversation, but I'm gonna go check on the focaccia. But yeah, I'll think about that because I think it's a hard question to answer. I think so. Let me see. I'm gonna go check on. I'll be right back. try to get it in the camera. I don't know why, like my sense of space, I cannot figure it out with this camera. Okay, so that way's that way, and that way's that way. So why am I seeing it like that? I want to show it to you on the camera. It is really nice. Yeah, it's really, really nice. This is like one of the tech difficulties that I was talking about with Captain. I think that's good. I don't know why my sense of space is so off. Actually, I do. It's probably always been that way. But yeah, here's our delicious. I think because my camera might be. Yeah, that's why. I'll move the camera next time. For now, I'll keep it like this. But yes, it's perfect. It's nice and roasty. Yeah, and it's crispy too. I'll show you once it cools down a little bit. It's too hot right now. But I'm still thinking about what Captain Prem asked. So I don't know if cause oh yeah, before I go on, so Chef Rick, it's just chili oil. Yeah, it's just chili oil, but it's my homemade chili oil. So I did it with obviously oil, onions, chilies, again obvious, and miso. That's all I put in the chili oil. I usually use I can't pronounce it, dubunjiang. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's just Szechuan bean paste. It's kind of like miso, but it is made with fava beans, and it's stronger. I would say it's stronger than miso. I usually use that in the chili oil, but this time I had miso, so I just use miso. So yeah, it's very simple, and it smells really good. It smells like chili oil, right, Munchkin? It smells like chili oil. Oh, Chef Samurai said, or Chef Rick. I kept calling you Chef Samurai. I like that. Chef Rick says, okay, I made that before too. I used garlic powder, dried oregano, dried thyme, dried basil, and ground black pepper, but no chili oil nor miso. Yeah, you could make one with like I made that before too with olive oil. I'm assuming like a focaccia with olive oil. But yeah, this one's with chili oil. I'm not the first one to do this, but it's not the most common way to do it. The way you did it is probably more common. Right, Munchkin? But yeah, I was thinking about Captain Prem's question. I don't want to leave that off. So, I don't know if Captain Prem is asking about like food, like in terms of like ethnic cuisine. I don't know if he was asking about that because yes, like Chef Rick said, depending on where you are, you can find plenty of different ethnic cuisine. But um, are you asking if I'm Italian? I do have Italian ancestry, but I'm was born in New Jersey. Yeah, I do. On my dad's side, I do have Italian ancestry, the Sicilian, but I'm born in New Jersey. I'm New Jerseyan through and through. Um, Josie. We don't say it like that. We say Jersey, like a hard R. I don't know where that came from because I've never heard anyone. So for Captain Prem, he might not know this because he's from India. Some people from outside of New Jersey say Josie, but I've never heard. I have a Jersey accent, and I've never heard anyone say Josie. I've never heard that, so I don't know where that comes from. You got to say it with the accent. Like Jersey is the accent. Like that's literally the accent. So for example, Captain Prem probably won't be able to pick up on it. Chef Rick is very adamant that it's Josie. No, it's Jersey. But Chef Rick might pick up on my accent maybe from time to time. I came out earlier when I was talking about my starters. I don't know. It's hard to do it like on the spot. but I was talking. Let me just pretend I'm talking about my starters. So, for example, my daddy starter, his name is Tim, and my daughter. See, that's where it comes up. My daughter starter, his name is Esther. The word daughter is has an accent. The word water. I say the word water weird, like a Jerseyan would say water. So Chef Rick, you might pick up on that. I do have a little Jersey accent, but I've never heard anyone say Josie. I've never heard it. I swear. Other than people making fun of New Jerseyans, but I've never heard it outside of that. But yes, okay. I don't want to leave Captain Prem's question unanswered. So I was going to say that depending on where you are in the U.S., yes, you can get ethnic cuisine. Like there's Indian restaurants where I am, like a lot. There's Italian restaurants, like Chef Rick said, a lot of Italian restaurants. Almost, and if you're in New York City, it's like anything you could even ask for exists. Any type of restaurant you could ask for in terms of ethnic cuisine, right? But I'm not sure if Captain Prem was asking about that. I think he might have been asking like how do people get their food, and like what is it like? Like, for example, I might not be the best person to ask because I don't go eat out a lot, but I know, for example, that some people I know order takeout a lot and they order it through Uber Eats. So a lot of people get Uber Eats delivered to them. And it could be fast food, like it could be McDonald's or something. Like, obviously fast food is still popular here. That's why there's so many establishments. But then where I am, like there are like some local delicacies, right, that are still popular to get delivered. Like pizza is a popular delivery item, and you don't even need Uber Eats for it. Usually they have delivery drivers. And it's, where I am, it's considered like the best. Jersey and probably Brooklyn is considered the best. And then people don't usually get this delivered that I know of. Honestly, maybe people do now because people get everything delivered now. But bagels. First time chat. I am sorry. I think TJFK. I am sorry I do not speak Chinese, or I think that's Korean. I'm not sure. I don't speak it. It might be Korean because it has the big O. So that's how I recognize Korean. They have O's. But I might be wrong. But I don't speak that language. So I'm sorry we only speak English here. I wish I spoke another language, but I don't. Matthew. Okay, welcome to the chat, Matthew. Welcome to the chat. It's nice to have you here. But yeah, so I feel like I don't know, Chef Prem, what it's like in South India. But here I feel like there's a wide range of things. Something that might be interesting to you is that here in where I am, there's no street carts. There's no street vendors selling food. I think for the most part, it's not allowed. I think it's I think you have to get a permit for it. I think it's like very strict. So they're not here. In New York City, there are street vendors, yes. But where I am in New Jersey, there's no street vendors selling food. You have to go to a restaurant or something. It could be fast food or a nice restaurant, whatever it is, but something like that to get food like that. So yeah, I don't know if where you are, it's not like that. I remember in Sri Lanka, there were street vendors everywhere. So I think that's a difference, I would say. I would say comparatively that would be one difference I would note. So Matthew and whoever else just came in, we're actually almost done. We have this focaccia here on the focaccia cam. I'll move the camera next time. Now I know the problem is the shot is a little bit off the board. That's why I couldn't figure it out. But we have the focaccia here. It's nice and golden. Came out really good. We did a good job. We actually started this at 8 a.m. Eastern time today. So we've been doing this for a long time. But like I said earlier, sourdough is mostly about patience. So we didn't do a lot of work. I was chatting you guys up for the most part. Like I wasn't uh, working that whole time. But now we're done. And I'm gonna let it cool for a few more minutes. I don't want to be too impatient with it, but I'm gonna cut into it and show you a cross section. So I can show you, I'm hoping that we got some good air bubbles. I think we did, even though it was kind of cold. But I think we did. I can see some from the top. So I'll show you that before we leave. And if you guys are lucky, before we head out, if Munchkin's not if he's sleeping, I feel bad waking him up. He's sleeping right now. But if he wakes up, I will show you Munch before we go. Because everyone always asks about Munch. Who's my cat? It's my cat. So. But yeah, before I cut into this, I actually have to get the cutting board and the knife. So yeah, I'll do that before we cut into this. Yeah, excited. Next week, like I said, my streams are on Wednesday and Saturday for any newcomers here. And next week on Wednesday, I want to do some sourdough discard granola. Maybe I might change your mind. Okay, but I think that's what we're doing. Something a little different. And then on Saturday, the plan is to do some bread pudding. So we're gonna do something again a little different. We've done bread for a while. Like every week we've been doing bread, and the I guess we got like the structure down. For those of you who've been here since the beginning, we got the structure down. We've done a lot of different types of bread. We've done low hydration bread with the bagels. We've done high hydration bread with the ciabatta and the focaccia. We've done bread with add-ins with the mangoes, and we did a pumpkin one too with pumpkin add-in. We did a lot. Yeah, we've been through a lot together. Basically, we've done a lot. So, I want to do something different. Yeah, Captain Prem, go ahead. Ask me a normal question from an Indian point of view. I'm not sure. Does that mean it's not a normal question from my point of view? You can ask, as long as it's not an inappropriate question, you can ask. I'm assuming you don't mean that. I'm assuming you're not going to ask me to show my white arms like someone did earlier. Just so you know, I don't think anyone of you were here yet. Somebody came in and told me to show them my white arms earlier. So I don't think Captain Prem is going to ask that. Right, Munchkin? So yeah, you can ask your question. Bless you, Munchkin. So, what was I saying before? Oh, Captain Prem. I was talking to my girlfriend now about you, and she called why so much homeless in the US. This is a little bit of a controversial topic, so I don't want to get into it too much. But you probably know this is controversial in the US. And there are a lot of causes for this. A lot of people say it's because of the expensive housing, but actually, I have a controversial take. I don't think that's the main reason. I think that's part of the reason, but not the main reason. I think we have a problem with a drug problem. It's a very unfortunate drug problem, and So just to give you a little background, my husband's from Los Angeles, and I've been there a lot, and I've also took a West Coast trip with my husband too. We went to San Francisco and Seattle and Portland, and Captain Prem. I know you just like I don't know everything about like the different states in India. I don't. You probably don't know too much. Like you might probably know more than I do about India, but you probably don't know everything about the different states in the U.S. So just to give you background, like New Jersey and the East Coast is not as bad of a homeless problem as the West Coast right now. Although it is bad everywhere, it's a very unfortunate problem. But I do think one of the main causes is a drug problem. Being there, being in the West Coast, it's so sad when you see all those tents. It's not like how it is here. It's still a problem here, but not quite, not even close to that kind of problem. And when you're there, you can see people use drugs right in front of you, like shoot up heroin and fentanyl right in front of you, and um, it's kind of a little silly to me to not to at least recognize that the drug problem is really a driving factor when you see that. But yes, it is a problem. It's kind of controversial. I kind of have a little bit of a controversial take because a lot of people won't say it's a drug problem. They'll say it's a cost of living crisis. I think that's part of it. Could be part of it, but I think the drug problem is a bigger aspect of it. So yeah, that's what I think. Captain Prem says I know zero about the only thing Captain Prem knows about the U.S. is that we have a homeless problem. So yeah, that's my take. But if you're really curious about it, there could be a lot of interesting videos and articles on it where you can get like a different perspective because a lot of people have a different perspective than I do. You can see both perspectives. The problem is that it's become kind of a political thing, which is why I don't want to talk about it too much. But I will talk about the fact that I don't think it should be a political thing. I think this could be a problem that could be solved if we didn't politicize it so much. But yeah, it has in the U.S. Captain Prem, which I'm sure it happens in India as well. It has become this kind of divisive political issue that people fight about, and there's the right wing argument and the left wing argument, and I don't think it has to be that. I think we could just probably solve this problem a little better if it wasn't for all that. But I don't know. It's really unfortunate. But yeah, it's a good question because it is a big problem here. Right, Munchkin? Okay, so after that hot take, yeah, the problem with questions like that, Captain Prem, I will answer them. I'm not, I'm not ashamed to have controversial takes, but I just don't want to start fights. That's the only thing. Is like it's okay if you don't agree with me, but I don't want to start a fight. Um, Not today, not ever. Um, but yeah, after that hot take, here we have our bread, and I'm gonna cut it soon. Yeah, Captain Prem says I feel like this problem can't be solved by any political party than my themselves around the world. Uh, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's just all this fighting. It's not going to be solved by like the Democrats or the Republicans. It's a cultural issue that we as a society need to um, solve, right? So all this fighting is not going to help. Um, yeah, but I'm going to get a knife and get a cutting board, and we're gonna cut into this bad boy now. I think it's crunchy. It's very airy. I think this is gonna be a good one. Yeah, it's cooled enough. You should really let it cool more, but it's cooled enough. Let me get a knife and a cutting board, and also a cutting glove, to demonstrate safety on this channel. And I will be right back. Chef Rick says, let's try you out and follow you. That's if you cook often. Yeah, you can follow me. I cook twice a week. I'm on here, Wednesday, Saturday. We usually do baking stuff, but I do want to expand my reach and do some cooking streams too. I don't cook fancy things, Chef Rick, so you probably cook more fancy things than I do. But, we do the sourdough, and I want to do some, easy vegan meal preps for you guys. So yeah, we will be cooking on here. So let's see. I have my cutting glove on. Ooh. It's nice. Still a little warm. Oh, it's oily. Did I expect it not to be oily? It's oily. Okay, let's see. This glove is all oily too. I'm gonna have to get new gloves. This will be my oiled glove. I could probably get it out with the stain remover, maybe. Ooh, yeah. Still a little hot, but it's good. Can you guys see that? It's really nice. Got some really nice holes in there. It's perfectly fermented. So it's a good thing you guys were chatting with me so I could be more patient with it. Oh yeah. Look at that. It's perfect. Okay, guys? We got this. Okay. So I'm not going to cut it all now. I'm going to take pictures of it. Munchkin's sleeping. He's snoring, so he's out. I'll let him sleep for now. Maybe next time. You saw Munchkin, some of you, today. Maybe next time I'll show you Munchkin if he's not sleeping. Be careful. This is still... telling myself to be careful. This is still hot. Hot. Oh, I have a towel here. Yeah. So, I think what I want to do with you guys now is do a raid. I sometimes forget to do that. I know it's a Twitch thing to raid. If you guys have any suggestions, feel free to make them. But if not, I'm going to look on Twitch and see who's live now. Because usually there's some cooking streams on Saturday I can raid. He's snoring. I wish you guys could hear it. It's my cat. My cat, by the way, is 15 years young. He's a little old, but he's good. He's okay. He's still kicking. He's a little angel. But yeah, thank you guys for coming here and chatting with me. I had a great chat today. I'm happy that, the chat picked up towards the end of the stream. This morning was a little quiet, which is not a problem or anything, but it's always better if there's, an active chat. I hope you had fun making focaccia with me. It is really beautiful. It's really bright red. And it's gonna make some good pictures. This focaccia is gonna make some good pictures. Um, so yeah, I'll take some pictures later. Actually, I'm gonna have to take them soon because it might get dark soon. This was a long stream, but that was good. So let me look before I go. Sorry, I'm standing up because I don't want. I'll wipe this off too, actually. Put this back. Be safe. I don't want to burn myself. Okay, let me put in my socials. And my website link. So I know a lot of you already know my socials, but there's my socials. Follow me on especially Instagram and YouTube. I'm pretty active on those two. Instagram, for pictures and things like that, and updates on my cottage bakery. And then YouTube for the VODs, if you guys want to see the VODs after they have been posted and after you're no longer on Twitch, I'll post them on YouTube. So let's see. Let's see who's here. Oh, Chef Steve is here. And what's his name? What I saw him, what's his name? One of my viewers, the Bear fan, I just called him what's his name. That's very rude. Wanted me to raid Chef Steve. So you know what? I can raid Chef Steve. His name is Chef Steve 330. Feel free to stay. Feel free if you need somewhere to go. Which link? My link to my website doesn't work in India. It's working here. So it's Chef Steve 330. Okay. So before we go, Captain Prem, you mean my link to my website, right? Website and Discord? Oh man, let me try Discord on here. It works on my end. So Captain Prem, I'll try to send you, you're on Twitch. I'll try to send you a whisper. I know how to use those. I don't know why it's not working, but I'll try to figure it out. It says country blocked. I'll try to figure it out by tomorrow. I have no promises because I'm not good with technology, but I feel like I have other Indian viewers, and I don't remember them saying that the country was blocked. Yeah, that's weird. So I'll try to figure that out. But my other websites are working, so for you, like my Instagram and YouTube and stuff. Yeah. I'm sorry. I want you to be able to see it. That's part of the point. And that's weird. Okay. I'll figure that out. Maybe I can change it in settings. Instagram and YouTube works. Okay, yeah. So if you're following me on Instagram too, I can just send you a DM on Instagram. So maybe it's just something as simple as changing the settings. But hopefully that's it, because then it'll be easy for me to figure that out. But yeah, so I'll try to figure that out tomorrow. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Because I want my Indian viewers, because I have other people who follow me from India, and I don't remember them saying that they couldn't get into my website. So, but yes, thank you for bringing that to my attention, and thank you for coming and chatting with me and making focaccia. I had a fun day today. and the chat was really active and nice and lively. And now we have delicious focaccia that is really, really came out really beautiful. So, without further ado, I'm gonna raid Chef Steve. Now, I don't watch him too much, but one of my viewers watches him and is actually kind of friends with him. So I think friends or at least acquaintances. So I'm going to raid him, and feel free to stick around for the raid. I know it. I think there's not. I think there's only 2 of you left, so it might be just kind of a small raid. Let me make sure there's more than one of us left. Oh, there's only one of us. You know what? I'm not gonna raid. Captain Prem, I think you're the last one here. That's okay. I'm not gonna raid today. We'll do it next week. Maybe next week we'll have. Maybe the bear fan will be here next week, and he'll be there for the raid. So I will see you next time. If you're here on Wednesday or Saturday. If you can't make it, but you still want to watch the VODs, it'll be on Twitch and then eventually on YouTube. I'll work on that today too, getting some of them on YouTube because I think I'm a little behind. So I'll get the VODs up on YouTube. And then Captain Prem, I'll also work on making sure my website is available in India. Okay? So thank you guys for coming, and I'll see you next time. Okay? I'll put the guy there, maybe. Yeah. I just put my emoji there. Bye!